Hello everybody and welcome to the Tharries Zone. We're back. It's been a while. It's been a couple of months, I think. I'll get into all of that a little bit later on. But right now, we're going to talk about this because last night I was minding my own business. I was on Twitter and I got a little DM, and I was sent a comment from someone on X complaining about Dan's stream, Type 40 stream, in relation to Oliver Cole. Now, for anybody that doesn't know who Oliver Cole is the guy that RTD allowed onto the TARDIS set on Doctor Who's birthday, but it also apparently was his birthday as well, so he allowed him to do a little video. It later transpired, or the rumor is, I don't know if it's being confirmed, if someone in the chat can actually confirm it, but I have seen that people are saying that that's Oliver Cole is RTD's new squiz, because I've seen a lot of comments on X in relation to the age gap. Again, I'll get into that in a few minutes as well, because it's very interesting actually, because I haven't seen the comments in relation to their so-called relationship. And of course, the usual suspects in the Doctor Who fandom are defending it. But of course, we know, and I know, if RTD was a straight man and that was a woman of the same age as Oliver Cole, they wouldn't be actually, celebrating the relationship. They'd be calling it out. So they're all a bunch of fucking hypocrites. But anyway, Dan did a stream and I flicked through it. I haven't watched it all, but I flicked through most of it and I got the gist of what they were talking about. So what I get the gist is they were talking about Oliver Cole possibly being the Doctor. Now, I don't know if they've seen any of the later news in relation to Oliver Cole, but that's what the discussion was about. And they mentioned the fact that he was gay on the stream a couple of times. Now, at the start of Tharries' stream, he has a clip of the stream of them saying it was Matt who said, oh, he's a gay model. And he waves his hands up in the air, and you should watch it because it's the funniest thing you'll ever fucking see in 2026 so far. And I'm not messing. On his stream, right, you'll see him, he pauses it and goes, oh, they said the word, they said the big bad word, he's a gay model, right? Watch it, because with him waving his arms, it's the funniest fucking thing you'll ever fucking see. But you made a mistake, mate. You called out people that aren't homophobic. So I'm here because, as I always am, I will defend people that I know. And I can tell you out straight that none of those panelists have a homophobic bone in their body. They're like me and everybody else, right? We're gay fatigued, we're queer fatigued, we're trans fatigued, whatever you want to call it, right? That's the situation that we're in. Now, RTD, right, came back and he decided that he was going to push trans and a queer agenda on Doctor Who. How did that go? Well, we know you got your 30 pieces of silver because you ended up in a scene where blink and you'll miss you. But to you, that was enough validation for the people that you screwed over the years to get to the place where you want to be, where you are now, right? And you have the gall to call out Dan, someone that is highly respected in the Doctor Who fandom, that doesn't have a homophobic bone in his body. Neither does Matt Potts or Charlotte or the other people that Dan brings on. Dan is one not for controversy, right? I am. I always have been, and I've been open about that. I don't mind going for the juggler. I don't mind calling all of these people out. And to be quite honest with you, I think it's disgusting that a man of RTD's age is consorting with a young man like that anyway. Right? That's my opinion. Do you want to call me homophobic? I'm not homophobic. Right? If it was the opposite, as I said, if RTD was a straight man, right, and that was a girl, right, people would be calling her out. People call Leonardo DiCaprio out all the time, right? He's always dating 20-odd-year-olds or whatever, and he's 50-odd, whatever, going close to fucking 60, right? And everybody calls that out in society. But because these two men are gay, that's all right. We can't. Nobody can say nothing. Nobody can mention the fact that some may be gay, trans, or bisexual, or whatever. Is that where we're heading now? Where you want to police words? I know all you mad lefties, and I know you Tharries, you know, you're mad like the rest of them out there, you know, deluded with the worldview that you have. Yeah. But don't start going after people because they have the opposite opinions to you. People out there are fatigued with all of this shit. And to be quite honest with you, so am I. Doctor Who failed because RTD transed it up and queered it up, right? And if you can't accept that, right? If you can't accept that, well then that's on fucking you. You're blind like fucking... You must be related to Stevie fucking Wonder. Fucking blind, right? The ratings, everything shows you. Disney Plus fucking ran a mile, and look what the shit that they push. It was even too much for fucking Disney Plus, and they ran a mile. So these lads did a stream because they saw a video and they assumed, like a lot of fans would assume, that Oliver Cole was possibly in the running for Doctor Who, because what did he do? He did a video. He said, "I promise I'm not the new Doctor." Right? So they did a stream based off that, and they were discussing it, and they brought up the fact he was a gay model, and you have a problem with that. You have a problem with that. You know what, man? You need to get a life. Right? You need to get a life, or you need to get away from the people that you've surrounded yourself with, because they have really fucked your head up. Because, by the way, this all came about because some fella on X sent the live stream to Tharries. His name is Sammy. I won't give the initial of his second name, but his name is Sammy. So that little bitch, that little simp, went running to Tharries. So you have to do a video on this. Now, this is what Tharries is actually. This is the title of the video, right? Right. This is the title that he put up of the video, right? It's literally the most clickbaity fucking title you'll ever see on a video. I'm not messing. He used to accuse me and others of clickbait. He's fully embraced in clickbait. And when he posted it up on X, he was smug. 18 hours ago, he says, "Ask and you shall receive." He thinks he's something. He really does. He was in a scene where he'll literally blink and you'll miss you, and he thinks he's something now. Right? You should have been calling out RTD like the rest of us and the groove fucking backbone. Right? You've never had a backbone. That's your fucking problem. Right? You always go with the flow, or go where it's popular. Right? You never fucking stuck to your guns. Right? Pretending that you're a lefty. When we all know that you have similar opinions to most of us out there. You just don't want to be targeted, or you don't want your life to be messed up, or people to be harassing you and all of this. Right? I've taken all that shit all of these years, and others out there have done it the same. Right? And if you're a Doctor Who fan, it was a privilege to get all the shit that I got. Right? And I do it all again. Right? Because I believe in something, right? And everything that I said over the years, right, has been proven to be right anyway, right? In relation to the direction that this show went in in relation to, like I said, if they continue down this route and continue to push all of this shit, we would end up in the dumpster, and that's exactly what's happened. The ratings are in the dumpster. Nobody gives a shit about Doctor Who anymore. So congratulations, well done, right? Because that's all these people have succeeded. So he wrote this, the most disgusting Doctor Who video on YouTube. Right? No, it's not. As I said, granted, I haven't watched the whole live stream, but I've watched segments of it. I've actually watched probably over half of the live stream, if you're honest. I've skipped through bits where they've just been talking about other stuff. Just keeping it on the stuff that you're kind of going mad about. So as I said, and I'll repeat, you're too close to the mic. Right, how is that? Is that better? Or do I need to switch it? Hold on. Right, how is that? Is that better? If that's better, let me know. Right, but I'll say it again. Right, the Doctor Who fandom and society as a whole is fatigued with all of this LGBTQ plus shit. Right, and if you can't accept that, or you can't understand why there is fatigue, well then, you know, as I said, and people have been saying in my country, you can't talk to a lefty, right? Or you can't talk sense to these people, right? They don't even have to be lefty, right? They're indoctrinated. They listen to everything that's being told to them and they lap it up like they don't have a brain of their own, right? But I'll say it again, right? I'll say it again. Everybody's fatigued. And these guys had a right to discuss Oliver Cole on their channel, right? And as I said, I know Dan a long, long time. And to call him homophobic is absolutely disgusting, to be quite honest with you. I know the man, right? I know the man. Okay? And you know what? You know what's ironic about it? You call him homophobic, yeah? And he does have panelists on his channel and has from the very beginning. And some of them are gay. And it's never been brought up because they're equal when they're on Dan's channel. See, that's the issue with your side as well. You like to put everybody into categories of that and then scream and moan when someone does the same. Right? Oliver Cole is a gay man. And if you have a problem with someone saying that he's a gay model, if you think that's homophobic, right, and he put up a few little pictures as a joke, right? I think there was a picture of Tom Baker with a cucumber, right? It was funny, right? It was a joke. Are we not allowed to joke anymore either? No? Are you one of these like comedian haters? You don't like you want comedians to be politically correct and all of that shit? Because the day that comedians did that is the day that they sold out. That's why people like Ricky Gervais are liked, right? And other comedians that are willing to continue to tell jokes even if they're offensive. And if you're offended by a joke, right, then you need to get a life. Jokes have been told since the dawn of fucking time. Right? It's not there's no homophobia coming from that channel or Dan or any of those guests. Right? You're very quick to do a video. Have you no Doctor Who stuff to talk about? I mean, I haven't been streaming because there has been no Doctor, but I mean, you do the leaks and all of that. Have you nothing better to be doing with your time? Is that what you want to be doing now? Again, attacking channels? Is that what you want to do? Is that how you're going to continue to behave? I thought you had grown up and you'd learned to deal with situations better and all of this, and you weren't going to be feuding with anybody. So why do you keep doing it? Right? And I'll say it again and I'll continue to say it. right? Everybody's fatigued of the LGBTQ plus movement. And if you can't understand the reasons why there is fatigue, or you can't at least acknowledge or accept that there's fatigue, then that's on fucking you, right? That doesn't give you the right then to go and attack someone and call them homophobic because they don't agree with you, or they don't agree with the narrative that's set by the radical left and the media and everybody else out there, right? People have their own brains. Okay, some of us aren't indoctrinated sheep and can think for ourselves and not repeat the same jargon that comes out of everybody's mouth on that side. It's the same fucking thing. It's like as if you read off a fucking script or something. Right? Look at them all now, the left. Look at them all now, the left, right? I don't want to get into politics, but I'll just briefly say, look what happened in Venezuela, right? But look how the left is behaving in relation to it. They're all out there protesting for the dictator to be sent fucking back home, right? Sent bloody back home. Now, there's been video put up on X, right? And it has been verified because X has become a bit of a joke because there is a lot of misinformation on it, no matter what fucking Elon says, right? X is a fucking joke. But there's videos going around where this president had tanks, ordered these soldiers to run tanks over his fucking people, right? And the left are out there today. They're in Dublin, they're in New York, they're in London, they're everywhere with their Venezuelan flags. They've forgotten about fucking the Palestinians, haven't they? Fucking forgot about them quick enough, didn't they? Right? Usual fucking thing. Now they've all the Venezuelan fucking flags, right? They're all the fucking same, right? A bunch of brainwashed fucking idiots. Imagine fucking calling for a dictator. I've never heard of it before. I've never heard. And listen, we can talk about Trump's methods, right? All you want, people out there can, right? Whether he was right or wrong, right? Forget about that for a minute. The fact is that they're all calling for a dictator to be sent back to a country where his people were brutalized. They fear him. They were out celebrating in the streets. Yeah, people were protesting in Dublin, London, New York for our country's people that are out celebrating the fact that the dictator is gone. But that's what you're dealing with when you're dealing with the left, or you're dealing with people like Tharries or Mr. Tardis Reviews and all of those other simps that we've got in our fucking fandom, right? There is no talking sense to them, right? It took me a long time to realise that, I've got to be honest with you, and I won't lie, you know, it's a bit stupid that I didn't cop on a bit fucking sooner, but I've copped on, you can't talk fucking sense into these people. So I'm just going to call the little twat out, right? Waving his arms like a fucking... Watch that, by the way. That's funny. Right? I'm not saying that bad. Just watch it yourself. It's fucking hilarious. Right? I mean, get a life. Right? Get a life. And as I said, to call Dan or anybody else on that live stream homophobic. I know Charlotte. Right? I know Dan. And I know Matt Potts. I don't know who the other fella is, obviously. He seemed to be a new guest. I haven't been on YouTube in a while, so he's been probably guesting with them for a while. But I didn't know. I didn't recognize him myself. I've got too many people faces in me head nowadays because, you know, I'm over here fighting the good fight in my country. You know, the shit that's happening in England and happening in London is happening here in Ireland. And I don't just fucking talk, I get out there and do fucking something about it. And this is why this needs to be called out. Because look, if these people are not called out, they're going to continue to do this without impunity, right? And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Right, our side of the fandom is being bashed left, right, and centre. Yet we've been proven to be right. We've been as of today, which the date is, as of the 6th of January 2026, we have been right about everything. Look at the state Doctor Who is in now, right? It's so bad, we're not getting a Christmas special until 2026, right? Until 2026. And even then, there's rumours he's being brought back to fix the mess that he created, right? And then he's gone after that. That's the rumour, right? But that's how bad it is. Now, I know while I've been on a break, the war between the land and the sea has aired. Now, I've seen reaction on X, some giving the first episode a bit of cred. But then since then, all I've seen is it hasn't been really great, but not an absolute write off. Which doesn't matter. As I said from the very beginning, you can have as many spin-offs as you want, right? If the main show is not solid, right? If the main show is not doing well, nobody has any interest in the spin-offs, right? It's as simple as that. Okay, the main show is what draws the audience in, and then if you create spin-offs after that, then fans will give them a go. But because this RTD era 2 has been so bad, he transed it up and he queered it up, and that was his decision, right? But it failed. He wanted to lecture the audience rather than tell a story. That's fair enough. That's his prerogative, right? But the bottom line is, and someone said in the chat, look, I've been saying it for a long time. We need to stop going to fanboys or people that claim to be fans of Doctor Who running Doctor Who. And we also need to bring in, as I said, the best sci-fi writers that are out there, right? That have no agenda, that just write good sci-fi and know what Doctor Who is about. They don't have to be a Doctor Who fan. You don't have to be a fan to write for this show. If you just look at the past and look what they did wrong, and then look at the past and look what they did right, and just follow what they did right and come up with new exciting stories. Not rocket science. Classic Who was known for its writing. It wasn't known for its special effects. This modern era of Doctor Who, RTD2, will be known more for its special effects rather than its writing, because nobody can deny in some parts of that series, so those two, it looked spectacular. But looking spectacular, you can't. A turd is still a turd, no matter how many times you polish it. So Dan out there, Type 40, you have all watched him. He's all know what he's about. Okay, he's not as controversial as I am, right? Because I don't hold back. I'm not saying Dan holds back. Dan has his way of doing things, and I have my way of doing things, right? I'll go for the juggler. Okay, I don't give a shit. But I don't like bullies, right? Okay, and I find this whole thing a bully tactic. Oh, you just got nothing better to do, which is even worse. But I don't like bullies, right? And I'm just going to say it now out straight. You don't want to go down this route. You really don't. Because I will get involved and I will deliberately stick my nose in. And I know Dan will have no issue with that. But I will get involved and I will make sure that this ends. Because we're not going through this cycle again, right? Okay, I've already buried the hatchet with fucking Joe, right? And I intend to keep it that way. So you don't start that, because I wasn't coming back. To be quite honest with you, we need to discuss that now. I was seriously gonna come back, do a video, and tell you as I was finished. I was gone, because things here are quite different now. The situation that we're in is completely different. Cheryl's in America at the moment, looking after her parents. I know a lot of you knew that. She was going home New Year's Day. She's obviously there at the moment. She's doing great. She's been sending me updates and all. Ted is fine. Anybody wants to know, Ted is doing great. But we're having a lot of issues with finances and stuff like that. It's actually gotten worse. Um, Cheryl could lose her money in America because the doctors here refused to sign a form for her. And I went to try get sorted out as well, go through the channels, and apparently I'm not entitled to anything. So even if I wanted to go down that route, I can't go down the route of getting welfare because I'm not entitled to it, because apparently the money that she makes is too much. But what they don't take into account that is when she gets the money, half of it or over half is taken out for all our loans in America. You know, our student loan, teacher loan, the medical bills and all of that, because Cheryl had serious operations back in the day. You all know the situation, not going to go into it. So the doctor here, or the person that she was seeing, refused to sign it. So now while she's over there now, she's going to see if they could do something, because obviously they pay her over there, and she's going to see now if she could sort it out over there. But if she doesn't, it looks like I'm going to be out there, and I'm already, asking around, but it looks like I'll be going back out to try get myself a job, and I won't be able to do YouTube because, being honest with you, been doing this 8 years, no, nearly 10 years now. And to be quite honest with you, um, it used to pay the bills at the start, to be quite honest with you. But as you know yourself, everything has kind of gone up in 10 years. So it's not making enough money either, if the truth be told, which is a little bit sad, but what can you do? But you know what? Last night I was sitting there, and after I saw that, I was just, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna. I'm sticking around. I mightn't be able to do YouTube as much as I would like, right? But I'm not. Just anybody thinking that I'm going anywhere, I'm not. I'm not going anywhere. I can't. I can't go anywhere. The only time that I'm leaving now is when the show is cancelled, and hopefully that's not going to be too long. If the show cancels, then Tardazone goes, because Tardazone was connected to Doctor Who. If there's no show, then we've already done classic. We've already spoke a lot about Doctor Who. What else would there be to be talking about? So then I'll retire happy. I did me bit, and then that's it. It's just we last year. Last year was the worst year that we had. Just everything went against us. And then just before Christmas, like I got the opportunity to go Galway for a couple of nights with a good friend of mine that I've met during the protests here in Ireland, and we went away for a couple of days, and that was absolutely fantastic. That kind of recharged me batteries as well, to be quite honest with you. But it's been 2025. I'm glad to see the back of. To be quite honest with you, it was one of the worst years I've ever had. It just the stress of it, everything that was going on. Um, and it was like when we get one thing sorted, something else would happen. You know, it was just one thing after another. Um, so yeah, it's just been tough. And I've taken a lot of shit over the years, right? As you know, with all the abuse that I've received over the years, because yeah, as I said, I don't have any filter really. I suppose it probably is the Achilles heel, that I don't have a filter. But you know what? That's who I am, and I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to. I'll never change. But it's just it's just so hard to explain what 2025 was. I was even going to stream over the Christmas, and I just lost all motivation. I was like, I just want to take a break. And if you noticed as well, I wasn't on X as much. I wasn't posting as much. I was still posting bits and bobs, but I wasn't posting as much as I normally do. Kind of was, yeah, it was just one of those, things, I suppose. Um, but yeah, so I've got lots to do this month. Got to try and sort something out now. Look, if the YouTube channel was making the money that I think it should be making anyway, when I was streaming regularly, I say when I was streaming nearly every day, I would say, right, fair enough. Um, but the thing about it is, YouTube, because the channel's been reported so many times and people have failed to take down the channel because, like, their crap is bullshit. It has stopped the channel from getting reach out there. Um, and look, I'm not afraid to admit that. I mean, others wouldn't, to them it's all about the views and all of this. I'm not afraid to say, some videos I'll do will get some views and some don't. I'm all right with that. But if it was consistent, then we'd be onto something. But it never is, because when I started up, obviously I got a lot of traction because the show, there was controversy within the show. So but I do believe if the show was popular, Doctor Who channels, all of them would be doing a lot better than what they're doing now. Because if you look at everybody's views across the board are down. But channels like mine that are smaller are going to be hit harder. So I'm okay with that. Look, you know what I mean? If we had proper showrunners running the fucking show, we wouldn't be in this position. Our channels would be talking positively about Doctor Who. We'd have a lot more people in the comment section, a lot more people following and all, because the show would be doing well. It wouldn't be all doom and fucking gloom. See, it started off as fun, then it got messy. And I came out the other side of all of that. And then there was a time where there was relative peace for a while. Do you remember there was a year where there was just relative peace, you know, and then it just all kicked off again. Not with the Doctor Who fandom. Obviously, it was different this time because I was out in the streets of Dublin protesting, and then all of a sudden, then I was getting, as you do on social media, you get people that don't like what you say, so you start getting threatened and stuff like that. So that started to happen again. So, as I said, 2025 was a bit of a rough one. See, it's different when people threaten you when they're all over the world. When people threaten you and they're in your own country, it's a different story altogether. You've got to take that shit seriously. Like, you know, especially when you do what I do, out there protesting, trying to save me fucking country. Like you put your neck on the line, and I have literally been battered by the Gardaí in this country. So you've got to stand up for what you believe in, but also at the same time, you've got to understand that people out there won't always agree with you. And I suppose that's the point I'm trying to make to this twat here is, we're all going to have differences of opinions. Even if I do think you're a stupid, brainwashed sheep, you're going to have a different opinion to Dan and his guests on Type 40. It doesn't mean then you go and do a request by some fucking idiot who's incensed by their stream, and then you go and clap like a fucking stupid seal, celebrating the fact that you're doing a hit piece on people that you know deep down aren't homophobic. So I'd be questioning your motives there, why you did this in the first place, right? I suspect it's because you're buddies with RTD and they called out Oliver Cole, which transpires, if I'm correct, that it's RTD's latest squeeze. Of course, the age gap has been spoke about by everybody out there. Of course, you probably defend that, but I can guarantee if RTD was a straight man and Oliver Cole was actually a woman of the same age, the conversation would be completely different. Everybody would be calling that out because it's disgusting. So I'll say it. The fact is, if it's true that these two are in a relationship, I think it's inappropriate and it's disgusting. And it's not because they're gay, it's because of the age gap. Okay, where do we draw the line? If you don't have a problem with that, but you would have a problem with a grown man going out with an 18-year-old or a 26-year-old and they're in their 50s or 60s, well, then there's something fucking wrong with you. Right? There should be peace in the fandom. And there shouldn't be people out there think that they can police what people say. But this has been going on all the time. And Tharries is not the only one. Remember, Mr. Tharries has a habit of doing that as well. Trying to police the Doctor Who fandom and to police what people say in this fandom in relation to certain topics like this. As I said, and I'll repeat again, so Ghost Trees are thick skulls. And if any Tharries fans are listening, I'll say it again. Right, if you have a problem with what I'm saying, everybody is fatigued with the LGBTQ plus crap, right? We're fatigued, right? We're fed up with being lectured to, right? We're fed up of showrunners making a holy show of the brand by coming out with controversial statements and flaunting their bit of fluff for the world, for everybody to fucking see, allowing them onto the TARDIS set. If you have a problem with anything that I've said here, go fucking ahead and have a problem with it. But I'm not homophobic. I'm calling it as it fucking is. I'm calling it as it fucking is. People are fucking fed up. Now, you might be on board with the LGBTQ plus and the trans and all of that, right? But I'll tell you now, it has no business in a science fiction show as sophisticated as Doctor Who used to be, right? It has no business in it at all. Now, if RTD wants to go and do another It's a Sin or another show like that, go ahead and knock your fucking self out, right? Nobody has an issue with that, right? Nobody has an issue with that. Go ahead and do it, right? But leave Doctor fucking Who out of it, right? Doctor Who's a family show. I think people have forgotten that. It's a family show and it should promote family values, right? If it's going to promote anything like that, it should promote family values. And RTD used to do that, which is the fucking shocking thing about it, right? Fair enough, dysfunctional families, but families nonetheless. A mother and a father, Right? You're going to call me homophobic for saying that as well, are you? People just need to cop on, right? And remember that all people don't think the same, and they have the right to express their opinions on Oliver Cole. And to be quite honest with you, I did think it was in poor taste. Fair enough, it was his birthday. But if the headlines that I've seen that it is his boyfriend, I'm sorry, I don't think that's appropriate for RTD, who is supposedly the showrunner of Doctor Who, allowing his boyfriend to prance around in the TARDIS. Now, you can call me homophobic for using the word prance, right? But that's what he did. He pranced around the TARDIS, right? That's not appropriate considering the situation that the show is in. And that's the point that I think someone brought up. No, someone did bring it up on the Type 40 panel. I'm not quite sure who it was, right? But they're absolutely spot on. They're absolutely spot on, right? The show's in a total mess because of him, whether you like it or not. And I know he's your buddy, but it's the truth. His agenda drove the ratings down even further. Now, rather than accept that, you'll say that fans are transphobic and homophobic, and this is what you're doing. Like, but you're wrong. You face the reality of the situation. Everybody's fatigued. They don't want it in Doctor Who, right? And again, nobody had a problem with Captain Jack or Jenny or Vastra, right? There wasn't a big deal made out of them, right? It's different now in 20 because it's been constant, and it's not just Doctor Who that does it, right? Movies, other TV shows, right? Even dance shows, right? It doesn't matter what type of entertainment it is. If they can push the LGBTQ plus or the trans cause, they will do it. And whether you like it or not everybody subscribes to the trans cult. Not everybody just subscribes to the TQ plus. Nobody has a problem with LGB, right? They're not the radicals, right? We know who the radicals are, the TQ plus. And this is why it's shocking for a gay man like RTD to be pushing their ideology when their ideology, actually, I have to be careful because I'm on YouTube, but when some gay men have transitioned into women, right? Think about it. And the point that I'm actually trying to make without getting into trouble on YouTube. Okay? The TQ plus hates gay and lesbian people. It's been proven. Right? And they also hate the transitioners, which none of you people talk about. It's funny that you talk about trans rights and trans issues, but when a person has done all of that and decides, oh, hold on, I've been lied to, or they've made a mistake, or whatever, and the detransition, they're just thrown to the trash heap, right? They're called traitors, right? They're called every name under the sun. Nobody defends those people. Don't hear you talking about their rights. So this is why, as I said, Dan did his stream, right? Because when he saw the TARDIS set, like a lot of fans assumed when that video went up at the time, and I remember everybody saying it, and I remember the support it actually got from all of the twats on the other side, right? That would actually, do you know what? Do you know what though? Oliver Cole would be their wet dream. Are you gonna call me homophobic for saying that as well? Are you? Are you? Are you? I fucking dare you, right? Fucking dare you. But that's the truth. Oliver Cole would be their wet dream, just like Ollie Alexander was their wet dream, right? And that's why they loved Shooty Gatwa. Right? Now, he said he's not, and he better not be the Doctor, because if he is, well, if he's all thought I was bad with Jodie Whittaker, he ain't seen nothing yet, right? So, in a way, let's see what happens. But I doubt it, but I think it's just what they said. It's his new squiz. He wanted to do something nice for him for his birthday. Blah 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 blah. It's still inappropriate anyway. But I don't believe he is the Doctor. But if he was going to be brought in, right? By the way, I will say this: if he does feature in the episode, I think that's a disgrace. And even if he's not the Doctor, I just want to throw that out there because that would be absolutely wrong. Giving him a role because you happen to be banging him. Oh, you're going to call me homophobic because I said it out loud? Oh, shit, I'm scared. That would be inappropriate. We know directors have done that with some movie stars. Megan Fox comes to mind, but we won't go there. But it shouldn't be happening. It's wrong. Nobody should have to do something like that to earn a role. Should be given based off talent and nothing else, as I've always said from the very beginning. And this is why DEI is horrible, right? Because it's not about hiring the best person, right? It's about ticking boxes. And unfortunately, that's all Shooty Gatwa was. And it's a pity. It's a pity because, a lot of people were waiting for me to call out the fact that he was black and all of this other shit. And I surprised a lot of people because I was actually willing him to succeed. And he was just such a fucking letdown. But when I heard that RTD, made him play it like that and he wanted to play it traditional, this is why I do like, and I have a soft spot for Shooty. Yes, his performances ended up being absolutely dire. And, he was given the wrong direction. I think he should have fucking stood up for himself and insisted on playing it traditionally. If RTD wanted to sack him, then sack him. At least he would have kept these principles in place. But he didn't. He played it the way RTD wanted him to play it, and it was an absolute shit show in the shambles. And it could have been so different. And yes, I don't look. At the end of the day, some people say, and I agree with them to a certain extent, that he did have the caliber or the screen presence, and his performances do show that, right? Just like I had the complaints with Jodie Whittaker, she didn't have that gravitas, she didn't have that screen pull, and the fact that she was a woman playing the Doctor after 50 odd years was wrong. And I stick by that. It was wrong. It was the wrong decision. And Shooty Gatwa's, casting, if you look at it, was the wrong decision. And the direction then that RTD. Imagine, he gives him a care package, right? Remember, Shooty was all excited about it. Gives him a care package, right, of Click and New Who episodes, right? He goes, you go and watch them, right? And then I even seen Shooty on his Instagram talking about it, and he was getting all excited about it. And then he goes and plays the Doctor like that, and then we find out he was forced to play the Doctor like that. And he was loving Doctor Who. So we will never know, just like we'll never know with Jodie Whittaker, as I said, Chris Chibnall was the wrong showrunner as well. We will never know if Jodie Whittaker would have been able to do Doctor Who properly. I still don't believe she would have. There's some fans out there believing if she had someone else other than Chris Chibnall, she may have succeeded. I don't necessarily subscribe to that. I just think she's a poor actress. She's not a leading actress. She's great as an ensemble, right, when she's part of a big cast, but not as the main lead. Now, I know she's done shows where she's been the main lead and she's been highly successful, fair play, right? But that was my opinion of her at the time. And, it proved to be right because her screen presence was absolutely awful. Um, Absolutely awful. I mean, the woman who fell to earth. I mean, when she does the whole reveal, I'm the doctor. If you all remember on the crane, it was pathetic. It was absolutely pathetic. It was. It didn't have the gravitas, and it didn't land the way a lot of people thought it landed. You know, I know all the feminists were celebrating and all. Do you remember they were insufferable, but they were all celebrating. But they weren't celebrating for long because after that big hit that they had with the first episode, it slowly declined, you know. And yeah, so, you know, and then the decline continued with RTD2, and he didn't help himself. And look, while I have my issues with RTD2 and everything that he did, it doesn't take away from me anyway the fact that I still enjoy his first era, right? I know that's hard for some people to believe, but I still like I still like a lot of the episodes, right? Obviously, fair enough. Not, a lot of them that I like are not written by him, but it was his era, and you know, um, I still watch. So it's not going to ruin. I know it's ruined for other fans, but I'm not going to allow because that's what these fuckers want anyway. Right? They want you to fall out in love with Doctor Who, and I have in the terms that I'm not excited for this Christmas special. I don't really give a shit. I didn't watch the spin-off either. I don't even know what happened in the spin-off. Don't know how it ended. If it has ended, was any good? I don't really give a shit. Right? If the show had been better, I probably would have been all over this. Right? But that's what RTD gets for telling fans to fuck off and behaving the way he's behaved since he came back. You don't get my support after that. So, you know, this Christmas special coming up better be the last thing that he does. Because I won't be watching that either. You know, I'm not watching that and RTD and Doctor Who. I'm done. I'm done. And I think a lot of fans are the same. This has to change. There has to be a major overhaul. If there isn't a major overhaul, forget about you're wasting everybody's time. If you're going to continue to insert agenda into Doctor Who, you're wasting your time. Now, if you don't learn from these past mistakes that you've made with the last two showrunners, well, then forget about it. You're wasting your time and you're wasting money. Right? It's time to get serious about Doctor Who now. Right? We've had the slapstick Doctor. We've had the cheesy moments and all of this. We've had the soapy drama. Right? We've had all of that. Doctor Who needs to go back to being a proper science fiction show with character development off the scale, right? Same level as we had it in Classic Who, right? Stories the same level that we had in Classic Who. Writers that actually care, writers that want to actually tell a good story rather than, voice their concerns of the world to the fans. Nobody gives a shit, right? When we switch on Doctor Who from now on, we want to be entertained because the world is shit right now, right? So when we turn on our favorite show, we don't want to be lectured by that showrunner who happens to have a problem with something out there. Right? I don't give a fuck if you have a problem with something out there, right? I don't give a fuck if you stand for this and stand for that and stand for this and blah blah blah. Right? Your job is to write the best that you can write for Doctor Who. Right? If you don't meet that criteria, fuck off. It's as simple as that. It's not rocket science here. Right? No, you get rid of everybody that's worked on the show since it came back, right? And they're banished for life. They never come back. And you start fresh. And you go out there and you find science fiction writers, right? And you find someone that has a track record of writing some good sci-fi out there. Right? Get them together. Tell them what you want. And let them fucking deliver. And if you start interfering, right, telling them that they need to do this, that, and the other, and they need to insert this, that, and the other, like you've done with Toddler Who, having certain fucking conditions, right? Forget about it. Walk away. I tell the people to walk away. There must be no conditions, right? The only condition is that I would say that you enforce is no more of this fucking agenda shite that you've been fucking implanting in the show. Keep it out. You don't keep it out, you're not getting those ratings up. You'll never get those ratings up again. So you'll be wasting money. You'll waste money, right? So then, if you're not going to bother doing it right, my suggestion is after this Christmas special, just cancel it. Do yourselves the favour and save yourselves millions and cancel it. If you are incapable of making the right decisions for this show, forget about it. And we all know, because they've been exposed, that there's a LGBTQ plus cult within the BBC that's been driving the agenda in EastEnders and other shows, right? Pushing that agenda in shows, right? That happens with Doctor. Forget about it. Nobody's saying that we have a problem with gay characters or whatever, right? But the thing that you do now is you make, like, it's like, for example, right? You've made a big deal of Rose Noble, right? And of course, when that announcement was made at the time, I remember doing a video at the time saying the reason why I have issues with that is because RTD will use that character to basically, throw in front of the audience and won't develop that character, right? Rose Noble hardly got any character development, would show up here, there, and everywhere with no real explanation, right? So made a big deal about them in the Star Beast, right? Okay, and that was the only time that Rose Noble got any scenes, basically, that gave us an insight to what Rose Noble was all about. Right? Then he has two fellas go by on the bike, calling Rose Jason, just to hammer home that point that, oh look, they dead named him. Dead named. Right? Nobody wants that shit in Doctor Who. But again, I called it out because I knew that RTD would do nothing with that character. And you see, this is the why I've had the issue over the years. Is anytime you've pushed, even with Jodie Whittaker's Doctor was never developed. Look at it. She's the same all the way through. There's no growth whatsoever. Right? Reasons why I had issues. Yaz Khan, the plank. Remember the plank? Yeah. No character development. Right? She was supposed to be a police officer. She never acted like a police officer to me, man. Right? Ryan Sinclair was supposed to have a disability. The same disability my wife has, by the way. And yet exhibited none of the fucking traits of that disability. Absolute fucking joke. So that's why I knew Rose Noble would be a waste of fucking time. Kathleen Kennedy is gone. Doomcock was right. Laughing emoji. Yeah, it only took him 10 years to be right, but, better late. Look, you keep repeating the same lie over and over again. One day, it becomes truth. There you go. Take that fucking quote and send it to the fucking bank. Fuck's sake. Well, it doesn't matter because I already heard the news. I heard Dave Filoni apparently is being lined up. Well, if that's the case, you've just fucked up. Look, Star Wars is done, right? Star Wars is like Doctor Who, and Star Trek, right? Three, look, I'm more of a Trekkie. I was always more of a Trekkie than a Star Wars fan. And obviously, Doctor Who trumps those two, in my opinion, or used to trump those two, in my opinion. But look at those three science fight mega giants, right? Look at them now. Look at the state that they're in, right? And none of these people can figure out what went wrong. And we've been telling them what they've been doing wrong. And yeah, they've slapped back at us and said, oh, we don't need you as fans. You aren't true fans. You don't understand the franchise that you have been fans of for the whole of our lives. We know better than you do. Yeah, you know so well that the ratings of all of these fucking franchises has hit the floor. And I'm not saying you should listen to us all the time, by the way. We're not trying to dictate here. You know, our demands are actually simple. Go back to basics with Doctor Who. Get rid of everybody that's worked on the show since 2005 and have none of them anywhere near the show ever again. Go out there and look for a decent fucking showrunner and get him to assemble a team of science fiction fucking writers, right? And then together they create this wonderful new vision for Doctor Who that doesn't taint or disrespect what's came before, right? Excluding the previous two eras, of course. I'll add that fucking caveat. Because I do like Doctor Who up until Peter Capaldi, and I'll never not watch Peter Capaldi because he was one of my favourite Doctors. And I know not all the episodes are great, but there are some standout ones that he does, and he does elevate a few of the fucking scripts of some of the average episodes and makes them a little bit better. So I'll never dismiss that. So for me, you know, Doctor Who ended with Peter Capaldi, right? But it's not right. The demands, as I said, are not that fucking crazy. You know, you get people in that know what Doctor Who's about, not necessarily fans, as I said. Stay away from that fucking crap as well. Right? No more fucking Doctor Who fans. Right? This is the one thing that's actually ruined Doctor Who. See, with Star Wars, it was the people that were brought in, right, to run Star Wars that ruined Star Wars. Same with Star Trek. Doctor Who is slightly different because fans are actually involved, right? You've got fans involved in Big Finish. You've had fans involved with the new show, the new eras, Chibnall, and RTD2, fan groups and all of that, right? That's what's ruined our show. It's not just the showrunner, it's fucking fans as well. Sellouts, so-called fans, little sellouts, like this twat here. Right? That's why your show is in the fucking mud. As I said, for me, it's an easy fix to fix Doctor Who, whether you can fix the fandom or convince the British public and the rest of the world that we're Doctor Who fans to watch your show. That's another story. You're going to have to go on a charm offensive like the likes you've never seen to try win Doctor Who fans back. But I do believe if you make an incredible product, as I've always said, and Disney did actually proved it, Doctor Who is a golden goose, right? The default here is the fact that someone made the decision to give RTD the reins, right? We will never know under someone else whether the BBC and Disney relationship could have blossomed into something absolutely amazing. We will never know. We're robbed of that now. We will never know. But the fact of the matter is, as I've always said, BBC don't understand what they have here, And if they only make the right decisions for it, they will have an absolute hit. And you never know in the future if BBC decide to go it alone, which I think they should, lower budget, obviously then it's their money and they will want it to be done properly, hopefully. They won't want to push agendas and stuff. It's wishful thinking, of course, but just saying the ideal world that they did want to do it properly, you know, and they have a hit season, right? And then they have another one, right? Not saying Disney would come back in the fold, but you could have one of these other streaming services looking at Doctor Who all of a sudden and saying, do you know what, that looks viable now. Why not approach the BBC and see if we can make a deal with them and get this global again? I have no problem with Doctor Who being globally successful, right? But it should never forget what it is. And it has under the two last showrunners. You know, RTD gets the biggest budget in history and flushes it down the toilet. And then these fans are wondering why it's so bad. I'm wondering why Disney, and then people blaming Disney. Oh, it's Disney's fault. It wasn't Disney's fault. And I'm not a fan of Disney, right? It's not Disney's fault. The only fault of Disney is the fact that they were stupid enough to give RTD 100 fucking million, thinking that you'd actually produce something awesome. And in fairness, when he did come back, I was nostalgic over RTD, I've got to say. You know, I wanted him to succeed. But as soon as he opened his mouth, I mean, it didn't take him long to actually, you know, ruin any goodwill. Let's be honest. I mean, that's what the shocking thing was about it. Is like it literally didn't take him long to ruin all of that goodwill. Yeah, well, Julie is a problem as well. Look, they all need to go. Doctor Who is not going to survive with any of these people hanging around. BBC need to really listen, you know? If they want Doctor Who to be a success, and I'll just say this to the other side of the fandom as well, right? If you care about Doctor Who like you say you do, I don't believe you do, but if you do, right? Well, you know, we've tried it your way now for 2 eras and it hasn't worked, right? So I suggest we go back to when it did work or the way it did work, you know, before we start pushing agendas and all of that. Do you remember that when it was successful? You know, when it was getting 12 million views and knocking it out of the park. Like, why don't we? We've tried it your way now for 2 eras, two showrunners, and it hasn't worked now, right? Even Moffat near the end was pushing shit, but that was the BBC pushing that. But look how his era suffered with the ratings. Like, we've tried it now that way for a long time. Why not? Let's go back to when it was successful. Do things the way, you know, the way it should be done. It's funny, like, when you look at it, when you think about it. You know, New Who, whether people like it or not, and I know some people have turned their backs on New Who completely, but whether we like it or not, New Who up to a point, up to a certain point, was highly successful. During the 50th anniversary, I mean, I think that was probably the peak. I think everybody will agree that was the peak. It was thanks to, you know, the Americans loved it, the Brits loved it, everybody was talking about it. Doctor Who was at its height, right? And as I said, Moffat didn't always get everything right. He didn't, right? But he tried, and he tried to excite fans. My issue with Moffat was he was too fucking clever for his own good and tried to overcomplicate things that didn't need to be overcomplicated. But I mean, that's the only fucking really the only big issue that I had with him, and certain things he did do did really piss me off. Like the Pandorica opens, that two-parter still wrecks my head to this day. It still wrecks me head to this day because it doesn't make any fucking sense. When you actually watch that again, it makes zero fucking sense. But it's fucking brilliant. I mean, the Doctor of Stonehenge, what more could you fucking ask for? Aliens all over the fucking place. Rory comes back as a fucking Roman. You know, fucking River Song fucking shows up. Oh, seriously, man. But still, he entertained us, right? And we had debates and discussions, and there were debates and discussions, and nobody fell out. Obviously, then, as the Moffat era went on, the feminists started calling him out, calling him sexist, and then the BBC were kind of like, well, we can't be accused, you can't be accused of being sexist, so look, we want you to start, putting a bit of the feminist shit in there. And that's what happened. And then, of course, the fans reacted when they saw all of that, especially during the Peter Capaldi era, where Clara was talking down to the Doctor. Nobody liked that. And I have to say, I didn't like that myself. No. We had that whole Clara Who bollocks as well. That was because of all the feminists, like in the Doctor Who fandom, giving out about Stephen Moffat on their podcast. And this is what BBC's big fucking issue is. You're listening to the wrong fucking idiots. You're listening to the wrong fucking idiots. And you've been doing this for a long fucking time. Right? Like, you want Doctor Who to be successful because you make money. So why not listen to the people that can tell you where it's gone all wrong and how you can fix it so you can make that money? Then you're happy, we're happy, and the general audience will be happy. Because trust me, if you write a Doctor Who science fiction show, right, just the way you used to do in the classic era, just tell stories, you will get people watching. You'll get people watching. As I said, you'll have to go on a charm offensive and say, look at, new Doctor Who, new slate, whatever tagline you want to fucking use to try drag people in. Right? But you're going to have to do a lot of PR and a lot of charming. Right? But if you go back to basics and deliver what I've said, right, you'll make money. You'll make money. You want to make money, we want to be happy. Right? I think that's a pretty good deal. Right? You keep us happy by producing great stories. We then give you our money, or want people that do have money to go out and buy the merchandise for that. Thus, you make money then. That's how the industry works. Same with Hollywood. Hollywood, that's how you do it. You give a product to the consumer that they actually want, not what you think they want, right? But you give them what they want. Then what they do then is they put their hands in their pockets, you see, right? And they start giving you money. That's how this works, is a transaction, right? We're the consumer, you're the producer, so produce something of worth. We then put our hands in our pockets and we say, there you go, more the same, thank you. Right? It's a pretty good fucking deal, BBC. But if you keep listening to these trans activists and all of these LGBTQ, or the TQ plus, I should say, right? It's unfair to log in the LGB, right? You keep listening to all of these radicals and lefties and all of this other shit. Forget about it. As I said, no point of bringing Doctor Who back, right? If you're going to continue down the same road, right? What did the ratings end on? Hold on. What was the last episode? What was the last episode of Doctor Who? Oh, by the way, it has been confirmed that Oliver Cole and Russell T are in a relationship. So there you go. And Russell is 62 and he's 27. Now, as I said, if that was a 20, if Russell was straight and a 62-year-old man going out with a 27-year-old woman, the conversation would be completely different. And I'll leave it at that on that one. What was the last episode? See, this is how much I don't give a shit about this current era that I don't even know what the last episode was called. It was called The Unreality War. Okay. I don't know what point I was going to make. What was the ratings for it? The Unreality War, yeah. Ratings, Doctor Who ratings. Hold on. What did it end on? We'll do consolidated figures, right? Just to be fair. Oh, the reality. It was the reality. Not Unreality War. I fell for that, didn't I? See, I don't give a shit. Right. Uh, Where's the Doctor Who ratings? Ratings, please. Give me the ratings. Ratings. Come on now. It's not that hard. The ratings. Just do it there now. There we go. Doctor Who. We got it there now. The ratings were as bad. Oh, Ted is snoring. You might hear Ted snoring behind me. So there was 8 episodes, wasn't there? Is that the right? Is that the right season? Series 15. Is that the one? Oh, it is. It is, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. So the last episode got 2.17 million overnights. The 7 day then was 3 million 200 to 3.29 million. And then the TV plus 4 was 3 million 0.44 million. Interestingly enough, every season of Doctor Who, there's also an AI rating. On this whole season, it still says on this to be decided. It doesn't have the AI rating, right? Why doesn't it have the AI rating when all the rest of them do? By the way, even with the consolidated figures, if you think 3.2 million or whatever it is, 3.44 million is successful for Doctor Who, then you're living on Planet Cuckoo Land. And I'm not buying into the subscription of the whole, TV habits have changed. BBC have actually broken that myth themselves from certain TV shows and reality shows that they've done that have literally had double figures in the ratings. See, when you entertain the British public, they will watch, right? And people say, well, only Doctor Who fans watch Doctor Who. That's not true. The general public did support Doctor Who when it came back. That's why the ratings did so well, and why at the peak of the 50th anniversary, everybody had Doctor Who fever. It wasn't just Doctor Who fans. People in the streets and all, like there was stuff going on in relation to Doctor Who, and people were taking part in it. Doctor Who was highly successful with the British public at that time. And this is what I'm saying. If you do things right, if you bring that feel-good factor back to Doctor Who, and you actually give characters the development they deserve, and give the public the stories they deserve in relation to Doctor Who, then you're on to a winner. As I said, it's not a big fix here. It's not a big fix. But, like everything, BBC make things difficult for themselves, right? We can have a successful Doctor Who again, right? As I said, some fans may never come back, and that's their prerogative. But BBC are determined to keep Doctor Who going, and it just baffles me that they won't go down the right path in order to achieve their goal. You know, Doctor Who for me today getting 8 to 10 million, right? Maybe 8 watching live, 10 million in the overnights or whatever, right? And then maybe hitting 12 million the 7 day figure, right? That to me is what Doctor Who success should look like today, right? And it can happen, right? Maybe I've exaggerated the numbers a little bit. Maybe 10 million would be okay in the overnights or whatever, okay? But nobody can tell me that Doctor Who can't get double figures, because Jodie Whittaker's Woman Who Felt the Earth managed to get double figures. Now, I know there was a curiosity factor there, and I have to acknowledge that, but it still did get 13 million people watching. So it is possible to get those ratings up. It's just, will BBC do right by it, or will they make the same mistakes that they've made with these two previous showrunners? Listen, I know people have called out Pete McTeague's name again. I seen his name floating about in the chat there a few minutes ago or a while back. Pete McTeague, I'm sorry, is part of the regime, and I would have to say no. We have to go absolutely 100% with new people here. Nobody that's worked on the show since it came back in when it was announced in 2004. And anybody that's worked on the show since 2004 all the way up till now should never work on Doctor Who ever again. That's my opinion on it. If you keep around some of the same people, you're gonna have the same thing happen. I'm sorry. If they decide not to go with Bad Wolf, BBC decide that the Christmas special is the last thing they're gonna do with RTD, and they give it to Pete McTeague, they're wasting their time. Right. Wasting their time. Because there's no way, look, he has his ideology, right? He has his beliefs, and there's no way that and listen, that's what I'm saying. I don't want anybody. Listen, if I knew Pete McTeague was going to come in and just write Doctor Who and not have any agenda behind it, and he was just going to write decent science fiction, I'd have no problem with it, right? But I don't want that, and it's the same with showrunners that have the opposite ideology. I don't want them coming in and inserting their ideology into Doctor Who either, right? I just want science fiction. That's what Doctor Who is. I just want science fiction, right? I want me space battles. I want me planets on the edge of destruction, right? I want me fucking, me sophisticated stories. A little bit of history thrown in there as well if you want to do that, but you don't skew history. Right? You do it fucking properly if you're going to do it, like. Don't tell lies. Robert agrees with me there as well. He says, I totally agree. I don't want any obvious ideology on either scale. Just make science fiction stories. Exactly. This is where Doctor Who has gone wrong. It does one side of it and it upsets people, right? Or people like myself call it out because we know what they're doing, rather than they're causing conflict, rather than bringing people together with the stories that they write. Once upon a time, I used to sit down and watch Doctor Who with my two brothers who weren't originally Doctor Who fans. And the thing about it is when Doctor Who was on every Saturday, I'd go up to the room and I'd watch Doctor Who because obviously the telly in the bedroom was connected. Back in those days, you used wires to connect the telly into the box and all of that shit. It was like, so I went upstairs and I'd watch Doctor Who, And he used to give me a bit of a ribbon about it because, like, they sat down and watched one episode with me one night, and I think it may have been, I don't know which one it was, but it was a bad episode. Um, and he kind of had a giggle, and I just said, like, you should watch the classic era. Classic Who was deadly. And then I left home, then moved out, um, did what I was doing, and they start watching the classic era, and they became fans of Doctor Who and the classic Who. So then we'd start watching. Obviously, then it was we all start watching Doctor Who together. Then I think when Matt Smith was the Doctor, and yeah, it was those Matt Smith early episodes. Some of them were, yeah, very good. But again, his hand was fine. This is what BBC can't do either. You can't have preconditions in relation to, you can't, you have to have certain amount of LGBTQ plus crap and trans agenda. You have to talk about the climate or whatever it is. You know, fans, some shows, you know, go all out and hit the nail directly on the head, and then they wonder why their show has ended up in the bin. But as I said, the three main science fiction stuffies that we all grew up with: Star Trek, Doctor Who, and Star Wars, are all in the same state. As I said, even though, you know, um, out of the trade, it is still possible to save Star Wars. I believe that, and I still do believe you can save Star Trek. Doctor Who is a different story because you're not just. It's a lot more complicated because see, here's the thing. For me, everything has to go, and that includes everybody that works for Big Finish as well. Everybody has to go. The whole shop should be cleared out, right? And all of these fans that are writing for Big Finish right now, well, they're not fans now because they're in the machine, but they all need to be gone as well. The show or BBC need to stop engaging with the fans in that way going forward, and just have fan conventions and keep their distance. Fans moving forward, after they listen to everything that I've said, should not engage with fans and ask them what they want. Right? We tell you now, we've told you all the problems over the last few years. Take them on board. After that, then there should be no more engagement with the fans in that way. You do it right. If it's not right, cancel it because we'll be coming for you. Simple as that. Right? Do it right. You'll have some success, hopefully. Hopefully, people start watching again, and then you'll start making money. Right? But the relationship with the fans, there needs to be a step back taken because the fans are too close to this, and that's what I said. Right? Star Wars and Star Trek were ruined by the showrunners, the people that they brought in, the people that were overseeing it. Doctor Who is different because we have fans involved in the process as well. So they're just as responsible. I don't class them as fans anymore. I class them as sellouts because that's what they did. They sold their souls for a little bit of attention, a little bit of glory. And now look where the show is. So I hope to all the fans out there that did sell you their souls, I hope for yous that it was worth it because, I really hate to think that, you soldiers are souls and you look at what you have left the show, the state the show is left in. I mean, I just couldn't do that. I just couldn't do that. If I had an opportunity to engage with showrunner or higher ups at BBC, I wouldn't be kissing their arses anyway, right? I'd be telling them a few home truths. And this is why I hate these fans. Because rather than tell them where they went wrong, they agreed that Doctor Who needed to become more radical, needed to push further agenda. They didn't say, hang on a minute. No, I think this is why the show is failing. I think we need to go back to writing better science fiction stories and developing characters better than we've been developing them over the last few years. That's what I would have said to them. I wouldn't be kissing our arses. Oh, yes, sir, thank you. Anyway, we're going to leave it there because, as you know, I don't pay for StreamYard anymore because it's way too expensive. Hasn't stopped StreamYard, in fairness to them, because like when I signed up originally, obviously me email, they have me email, and obviously you set up when you need an email, but hasn't stopped them from sending me fucking emails nearly every day, trying to entice me back uh, to get the paid version. And they knew what they were doing, putting the intros and outros behind the paywall when it originally wasn't behind the paywall. They knew exactly what they were doing there. But I'm sorry, while I do miss me intros and outros, um, as I said, I'm a small channel, and I just don't make enough like the big boys to be able to pay for StreamYard. So I'm sorry, StreamYard. But nice try. But it's almost every day now. A fucking email off them. Here, why don't you renew your StreamYard? Blah 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 blah. Same with Hello Fresh. They sent us a letter from Berlin begging us to come back and get Hello Fresh. That became expensive as well. We couldn't even afford that either. Like, as I said, a lot of things have changed in 2025. But there you go. But yeah, that's all I've got to really say on all of this shite. We'll probably come back tomorrow. I probably will do a stream tomorrow. We'll do something a bit more light-hearted. Obviously, I had to do this because, as I said, I know Dan, I know the guys on that Type 40 panel, Charlotte and Matt anyway. I know those two guys well, and I know Dan. And the fact, as I said, that this came about because, some bloke called Sammy decided to tag Tharries and ask him to do a video, and of course then he went and decided to do that, and then proceeded then to say it was the worst video on YouTube or whatever the fucking shite, and calling people out, calling them, saying homophobic because they happened to mention that Oliver Cole was gay, and they made a few jokes. Jokes that comedians would have made years ago and got away with. But most of them now are afraid to make jokes like that because someone out there, like a Tharries, would get offended. But you know what? That's on you, not on them. But the fact that you actually had nothing better to do and you decided to go and do this video on request. So I was just sitting there last night saying, well, I'm looking for an excuse really to come back, or motivation, I should say, to come back. So when I got that private little DM, and then I went and I had a look myself, I said, you know what, that's all the motivation I need. So I'm back. So hell yes. And I hope 2026 is better than it was in 2025, but let's be honest, I don't think that will be the case. And I'm not trying to be doom and gloom. It's just everybody's gone crazy out there now. Yous have seen it yourselves, man. Everybody's just got totally fucking nuts. So it's got to be an absolute shit show. But you know what? Just sit back and what will be will be. But you know, sure, if we're not killed by a nuclear bomb, sure we'll definitely be killed by the Chernobyl plant because that was hit by a drone. And the roof, there's a hole in the roof, which nobody's really talking about because you know we just ignore those things nowadays. But you know, the world's going to shit anyway, is what I'm trying to say. So you know, just make 2026 the best you can make it, but you're not going to be able to stop any of the external factors around you because it's total madness. I predict revolutions and carnage and chaos. And I'm not telling you a word of a lie. This year is going to be a real fucking shit show. So happy shit show 2026. And already this year I've seen some of the dumbest opinions and it's going to get worse. These people, as I said, there's no talking to these people, right? No talking sense to them. So we should just stop trying to talk sense, but call their shit out because it needs to be called out. Because nobody has the right to police anybody's emotions, feelings, opinions, or anything like that. And as I said, I know Dan a very long time, right? And I know those people that were on his panel. I know Matt, he's been on this channel plenty of times, and Charlotte was a regular on here. I know those people. To claim that any of those people are homophobic is a stretch. And if you can't take a joke or you have problems with someone calling someone what they are, a gay model, then that's on you, not on them. And you really need to get a life and grow up because I think there's more important things happening around the world, you know. Or maybe it's maybe not to you, but you know, there's literally people, you know, dying everywhere. But you want to, you know, okay, yeah, priorities. Anyway, as I said, Dan is a friend, and as I've always said here from the very beginning, anybody comes after me, friends, I'll always have their back. So this was just to show a little bit of support for Dan, even though I know he doesn't need it, but and he's well capable of handling that little twerp. But I have to say something because you know there's an arrogance with these people, an arrogance that they think they know what's best for the rest of us, and I've always pushed back against that, and I will continue to push back against that. Now, as I said earlier on, at the very start of this stream, if you want to start up again, that's absolutely fine with me. If you want to pick on your friends, that's absolutely fine. But just know that if you do that and continue to do that, I'm going to continue to call you out, and it's not going to go unchecked either. So, you know, you want to keep me quiet, then you know what to do. Shut the fuck up. Simple as that, right? Okay? And you just concentrate on kissing RTD's arse like you've been doing and, you know, praising, you know, certain aspects of this show and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Right? You do whatever you do, right? But keep their name. Keep Type 40 out of your mouth. Keep Dan out of your mouth. right? Simple as that. Simple as that. Anyway, to the Type 40 crew, keep knocking it out of the park. If you haven't subscribed to Dan's channel, I would suggest you do and support everything that he does over there. He's one of the good ones, and I mean that, right? He's one of the good ones. He's always understood the way I've done things, and he's never judged me on that, by the way. Okay? And when I've ever been down or he hasn't heard from me or people are worried, he'll send a message, he'll shoot a message my way and see how everything is. That's the kind of man he is, right? He's a very caring person, right? He doesn't hear from you, he gets worried and he'll find out if you're all right. That's the type of man he is, right? And he's gotten stick, as he would, like most people do when they bring me on their channels. He's never bowed down to any of that either, right? That's someone with a good heart. That's someone that's true, loyal also, and that's what this is about as well. Be loyalty towards Dan. His channel have been very supportive, as I said, of this channel. Even when I haven't been around, as I said, he's dropped me a line and has told me, that the Doctor Who fandom wouldn't be the same without me channel. He's made that clear. And thanks for that. That means a lot. When I hear things like that as well, though, it makes it worth what I do. I know I have all of the financial strain and all of that, but it does. It does. It makes it worthwhile to a certain extent. Anyway, we will find something to talk about tomorrow. I might just have a casual stream. I'll see how you all got on over the Christmas, because obviously we normally do Halloween, Christmas. We didn't do Halloween or Christmas this year. So that just goes to show you how out of sorts I was, because we always did Halloween and we always did Christmas. And I think this is the first year that I haven't done it. So even New Year's Eve, we do the odd New Year's Eve stream. I didn't do that this year either. So that'll tell you the kind of mind frame that I was in without going into too much detail. But I'm just glad last year's behind us. But as I said, this year already, we're having this deal with stuff, but we're hoping it gets dealt with, and then the rest of the year then is hopefully fine. We'll see. Unless I get arrested again for protesting. Anyway, we won't get into that either, because that's a story for a different day. But you all already know that, because I already told you, because it happened ages ago. I don't hide anything on here. I don't give a shit. I didn't do anything wrong anyway, because no charges were brought against me, because, protesting isn't against the law, even though they want to have you noticed, right, with so-called people that they label far right, the establishment will batter us, right? For all of these lefty loons that are out there supporting Hamas, right, and supporting literal terrorists, and dictators, yeah. Please don't go in there. Then now I see in Berlin now they're starting to slap them around a little bit, but compared to what the so-called far right, because we're all far right now, we don't have the same ideology as all these little weirdos, which is weird, because their ideology is closer to Hitler's. It's mad. It's actually quite ironic. It's actually quite ironic when you actually think about it. But anyway, again, that's another conversation for another day. But we'll probably so we'll see how everybody was doing. Might bring on a few guests or whatever, see if there's anything to talk about. We won't stay on long. We'll do an hour or something because I'll be hitting the 2 hour mark now in a minute. You know me, I always take about 20 minutes to say goodbye. But we'll do an hour because I want to save some time because I'm going to be coming because I'm not finished with RTD, by the way. I haven't even gotten started on RTD, by the way. I will be talking about Oliver and RTD coming up. We will be talking about all of the stuff that's been going on behind the scenes, stuff like that. Remember, a lot of people forget that there was a lot of headlines during RTD2. Millie Gibson apparently was a diva, which I never believed. And BBC and RTD as a showrunner didn't come out and defend her. Remember, they let that poor girl take the abuse off the media. So this is the type of man that you're dealing with RTD. And now he's openly, parading his bit of fluff around the console room. Well, he's not. He's letting him prance around it, I should say. But Oliver had to come out and say that he wasn't the next Doctor. And as I said, that was the context that Type 40 were doing the stream in, and they made a couple of jokes as well, which there's nothing homophobic about. And if you actually listen to the stream and watch the stream, guys, you will come to the same conclusion as me, by the way. You won't even have to watch the whole stream. I think you all know Dan anyway. But if you watch it, nobody said anything that was homophobic, right? There was a few jokes, right? Few jokes that you would have got away with years ago. But in 2026, you don't get away with that shit nowadays. You know what I mean? Because everybody like him is fucking sensitive. A little sensitive Nelly, like. No wonder the male species is fucking dying out, right? We got blokes like this fella. Right? Sensitive fucking Nellies. What did they call them? Sensitive what? Ninnies or something, or whatever the fuck it is. Right? Sensitive over the least little fucking thing. There's nothing wrong with men being men. That's being bred out of men today. Right? Oh, be in touch with your feminist side. Be offended by everything. Don't see the funny sides of things. Oh, call that out because they're homophobic. Noel is homophobic because he called him a gay model. Oh, Noel is homophobic because he doesn't think they should be together because RTD is 62 and he's 27. Oh my god, Noel is homophobic because he said everybody is trans fatigued and LGBTQ plus fatigued. Oh, let's get out the stakes. Let's do our chants. Let's get our flags out. Oh, we protest the Tharda zone. I remember one time, right, and this is water under the bridge. But I remember one time that myself and Lee were called the most evil people in the fandom. It was funny. Now, obviously, the person that said that I'm good with now, but I just find it funny though. The names of being called. So, like, listen. if you like to think I'm homophobic, you go and knock yourself out, right? But I'll say it again. The fandom is trans fatigue. The fandom is LGBTQ plus fatigue, right? They're lecture fatigue. You don't want to be lectured to anymore. And the RTD fatigue, okay? And that's a given, right? You don't want that man anywhere near Doctor Who ever again. And I'll say it again, he's an absolute disgrace to his own legacy on Doctor Who and a disgrace to the legacy of Doctor Who, right? He came in with an agenda, came in with a bad attitude, told fans to fuck off, right? Okay? And then decided to use Doctor Who as the platform to bash Doctor Who fans and to bash basically anybody that didn't subscribe to his nonsense. Yeah. So we're fatigued. So as I said, you know, when you go around and you call someone homophobic, you know, you're just showing the world that basically you're a plonker and you don't have a brain cell in that brain of yours. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, and I never will be surprised if your behavior, you know. No, it's just someone asked me. I don't think I've ever said this publicly. I think I said it behind the scenes, but someone asked me actually about the whole thing about you being in Doctor Who and how I felt about it. And I says, do you know what? I have to give it to him. And this is what I did actually say. I says, you know what? I have to give it to him. He stabbed so many people in the back and he actually achieved what he wanted to achieve. So you have to give him credit for that. And I mean that. You deserve credit for that. The amount of people you stabbed in the back to get to where you are is absolutely fair play. You know, fair play. It wouldn't be me. I couldn't do that. But it just goes to show that you have no backbone, you have no morals, and you'll absolutely follow where the success or where you think the success is, you know. And to get your one split of a second cameo on Doctor Who, as I said, I hope it was worth it for you, you know. Hope it's worth it for you. But as I said, fair play, because you have to have some talent to do that. Stab a lot of people in the back and not give a fuck. It doesn't matter. I detest quizzlings. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Look, you know, look, you have to. Unfortunately, I've noticed as well. You have all of these type of. There's a new type of fan now. There is, and they really do. They really do. They really do. They really are the description. The dictionary description word of a fanatic. They are fanatical. They're fanatical. Like they know what. I'm not saying him necessarily, but I'm saying these fans in general know what these people have for breakfast. They even know how they shit. You know, it's a completely different level now. You see it with football. You've got the Ronaldo Simps and the Messi Simps. They're always fighting with each other, and they'll cross the line as well. We have it in every single anywhere where there's a fandom. You have these type of fans. It's not just bled into the entertainment industry, right? It's bled into the music industry. It's bled into football. As I said, it's bled into any sport, right? Look at the darts the other day, right? Grown men and women giving Luke Littler a load of fucking crap, right? While he was throwing darts like a night. How old is Luke Littler? Right? He's a young man, right? And he snapped back at them and says, well, you've paid my wages. which I thought was dead. That's how you handle those little fuckers. But anywhere you go now, you've got these online fans. They're everywhere. They follow these actors and actresses religiously. It's like a religion for them. You say I'm bad about them. That's it. You're done. Remember remember the Jodie Sims. Look at how they behaved towards me, Lee, and everybody else that was calling her out for being a shit actress. And look at the crap that we got off those fans. And look at the lengths that they went to try to stop me from speaking about Jodie Whittaker being a crap actress and being the wrong choice for Doctor Who. Actually, that feels good just to keep saying she was a crap actress and she failed at Doctor Who, because that's exactly what she did. And if anybody has a problem with me saying that, you can go fuck yourself. It's the truth. Just like Yatwa, just like RTD, like Ruined It Now. That's what it is, PD. It is like a cult. So, they're obsessive. They really do. They really do. If you read the dictionary term of fanatic, they literally take it to that level. Did anybody ever see that movie years ago? Was it called The Fan? I think it did. I have Robert De Niro in it or something, and was a Wesley Snipes or something like that. There was a movie years ago called The Fan, right? And it's crazy shit, right? It's just it's hard to explain, because you can't talk sense to these people. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're fighting against, folks. How do you deal with an opponent, an enemy, or someone who is completely different to you, when they're completely brainwashed, and no matter how many facts, even if you throw facts at these people, right, they will still find a way, even when they've been backed into a corner, these people will still try worm their way out or come up with some shite which makes them look absolutely ridiculous, but they'll say it anyway and they'll believe it 100%. Yeah, Eminem Stan also, does sum them up. Yeah. Look, I am fanatical about Doctor Who, I'm not going to lie. But I wouldn't be that extreme. Like, I wouldn't be not, I wouldn't have the first clue what fucking Peter Capaldi has for breakfast, or what Matt Smith has for breakfast, or Tom Baker has for breakfast, or Sylvester McCoy or Paul McGann. These fuckers would, right? They know their sleep patterns as well, where they go, where they shop, you know? Like, I love the show. You have their private fucking lives, leave them alone. And then they put themselves in art with these, like, you see, I wish I could marry Jodie Whittaker, women. She's not even a lesbian, like, but like, I'll marry her anyway, and that's why they try to stand. That's why they try to ship Yasmin Khan and the doctor, the female doctor, because to them, as I said, and I'll say it again, and I don't care how it comes across, because it's the truth. But as I said earlier, a lot of fans, when they saw that video of Oliver Cole, thought he was going to be the doctor. And was a lot of these rainbow loving, flag flying idiots, right? But as I said earlier on, that would be a wet dream for them. They would love it, right? Just like they wanted and hoped that Chibnall would have the balls to get two female characters to kiss on screen, a female Doctor and Yaz, and he bottled out. He bottled out it, right? He said he'd stand them because fans wanted them to be shipped. Sorry, he said he shipped them because, remember the interview where they actually admitted that they knew that fans were shipping them, and Jodie went and told Chris, so they play around with it, was the words. We'll play around with it. Well, they played around with it all right, but when it came to the crunch to deliver the kiss, he fucking chickened out, he did. And I said he chickened out, and this is why I have a problem with it, because it's all superficial, and none of these people actually have the fucking guts to go through what they say they're going to fucking do when they make a big deal out of it. Right? fucking idiots. If you're not going to have the conviction to do it, right, then why do it in the first place? That's my issue, and always has been my issue. Don't do it then, right? If you hadn't got the balls to have them two kiss, even though I would have disagreed with it, you know what I would have said? He had the balls to do it. Do you know what? He fucking did it. He had the balls to do it. I disagree with it, but he had the balls to do it. But he didn't. He was a chicken shit. Just like RTD when he pushed Rose Noble on us. He was a chicken shit. He didn't have the fucking balls to develop the character, right? Pardon the pun, right? But he didn't have the balls to develop Rose Noble, right? Brought the character on screen. You get a few bits and pieces, and that's the end of it. Bob's your uncle, and then pops the fucking character in here, there, and everywhere, not even make a fucking sense. Again, didn't have the balls to fucking. So all he's talking about trans rights and all of this other bollocks that he comes out with, he didn't have the balls to stick with his conviction and fucking do it in Doctor Who. And as I said, if he wants to do that in shows and make shows and create shows like It's a Sin, like he's done in the past, and he wants to do that shit in those shows, go ahead, knock yourself out. I have no problem about that. I won't watch it. I'm a Doctor Who fan anyway. Right? I watch Doctor Who to be entertained, to watch a bit of sci-fi, to watch Doctor go around, save planets and fucking expose alien races and do all the other fucking shit that he does. Shit, that was a mouthful. Actually, we're not going anywhere yet. I'll just stay on for a little while longer because I'm on a bit of a roll. Actually, you see, Jack is on. Jack, just we'll go another half an hour. Does anybody want to come on and say hello or say something? Get shit off their chest. You can get shit off your chest. This is to get your shit off chest stream if you just want to. Right? Let me know in the chat there, and I'll put the link in and or send you an email. Maybe I'll put an email in. We might get some fucking infiltrator or what. Oh, that'd be a bit of fun, wouldn't it? We get Lefty on. Hey, Lefty! What flag are you waving today, you fucking twat? I mean, they have a lot of flags now, don't they? They have the trans flag, they have the pride flag, they have the non-binary flag, they have black flag for everything. And now they're going into country flags. First it was the Ukrainian flag, then they got rid of that because, you know, they forgot about Ukraine. Then it was the Palestinian flag and Hamas, you know, all of those twats. Right now they've forgotten them. Now it's all about Venezuela. How long will they hold the Venezuela flags? Watch, it'll be Cuban flags next or something, or maybe Greenland flags next, or where else did Trump? Colombia. They might get that Colombian flags. He's better start saving up his own money now for all the fucking flags. Because you're going to need a lot of money for all the fucking flags now. You may as well stick them all up. Oh no, we're finished talking about the drama now. If you just want to come on and talk, bitch about RTD or something, or Doctor Who, you can bitch about RTD or Doctor Who, like, you know? Like, we can bitch about whatever we want. You know what I mean? PD is there. I'll bring on PD because PD is being unwell, as you all know, and it'd be nice for us to have him on because I haven't had him on since I was last on. Yeah, so I'm sending an email. I'll send the emails. Probably be safer. Come on, hurry up. No, what are you under again? I fucking... Hold on. There it is. I knew. I just had to double check. Right, that email is sending. And it's sent. That took a few minutes. Yeah. Grand. You start, the PD is coming on to be grand. You still have to come on. Sorry, I just thought someone wanted to come on and just say something, whatever. It's no big deal. Well, yeah, look, the bottom line is this, 2026 is going to be one hell of a year. It's going to be interesting. Because these people don't get more intelligent, they get less intelligent as the years go on. So it's going to get worse, Until something happens that snaps them out of it. Because that's always the way history shows us, that it takes something, one event. And I do believe the way these politicians are going, that there may be a one event that will trigger everything, and then all hell will break loose. And then I say good luck to you all and wish you the best. It'll be survival of the fittest. Yeah, just catch up on all your fucking, I Am Legends and your 28 Days Later and all of those other type of movies. Yeah, you're gonna need your survival skills. Oh, Jack says he'll pop on for a few minutes. Right, that's fair enough. I will send you an email now. I didn't even listen to much Christmas music this year. I'm not gonna lie, Christmas was alright. I'm not saying it was worse than last year, and it wasn't actually. It was just there was no motivation to. It was alright. It was quiet, no drama. We had a lovely dinner. Watched a bit of TV, whatever. But then in the background, of course, she was packing, getting ready because she was leaving to go home. But there was just no. It wasn't really Christmassy. I don't know. For me, it just. I seen everybody else, and it looked like everybody really did make the effort to enjoy this Christmas. I actually felt that a lot more people were getting into the Christmas spirit, because I think the year that we had, everybody did just want to enjoy Christmas. Just for me, I just didn't capture any of that, unfortunately, and it just felt like, to me, even Christmas Day felt like a normal day. It didn't even feel anything different, whereas previous Christmas, obviously you feel that it's different, but it just felt like a normal day to me. I did meet prep as I do usually the night before, cook the dinner, then the next day, as we said, we had our dinner or whatever and watched the movie, whatever, but it just didn't feel like Christmas to me. Even everybody in the apartment complex that I'm living in made an effort to put the lights up and Christmas trees, and it seemed like there was more people that made an effort this year than they did previous years, but I just couldn't get into the spirit. I don't know. I just couldn't enjoy it. Anyway, let's bring PD. As I said, I'm going to be staying on for another, it's half till half, 2 hours and 30 minutes. So we're 2 hours and 8 minutes in. So we leave in 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Something. Okay. How you doing, buddy? It's been a long time.
I know. It has actually. You're very low. Hold on. I'll have to sort that.
Oh, that's weird. Quite loud on this side.
No, I think it's just I'm using the earphones. I couldn't find the fucking headset in time, so I'll have the headset tomorrow. So the sound quality will be better from me tomorrow, folks. So yeah, I sent you that email, Jack. So if you want to pop on, so yeah. So I'll ask you: did you watch the Fish People show?
No.
No, neither did I.
Why bother anymore? It's like the franchise is so dead now. It's like, why do I watch a zombie walking around?
By the way, actually, anybody in the chat, did anybody watch the Fish People show or the Homo? Sorry, what was it? What did you say there? Homo Aqua. I mean, sometimes I think they're trolling us. Homo Aqua. Will I be accused of being? I wonder if I'll be accused of being homophobic now for saying Homo Aqua.
Yeah. No, what he was getting at. It's Russell T Davies. You know what he was getting at.
Yeah, of course we know what. That's why I'm saying, like, he's literally trolling people now at this stage with that shit. The Sea Devils are racist. The Sea Devils aren't racist.
By the way, Russell, the season 10 soundtrack is very good. Shame about the season 11, 12, and 13, eh? And 14 and 15, eh?
Oh, Robert Payne did watch the Fish People show. He said it didn't go together from episode to episode. Okay, I don't know if it's finished. If it is finished, if you were to rate it out, okay, no, rate it out of 10 is a bit of a cop out. I'll ask you this: compared to what we got in the last season of RTD's Doctor Who, the shoot he got was last season. Compared to that, was the Fish People show better or worse than the last season of shoot he got was era? That's how we'll judge it. Now, if he says worse, then if he says slightly better, then he even said that would be embarrassing for Doctor Who. How did the ratings actually do for the Fish? I might check that out, just the Fish People ratings, just to compare it to Doctor Who, but I'm not watching it, so nobody asked me to do reviews on it because I said I was sticking to that, and I did, and it's not happening. But we do have Jack there, so I'm going to bring him on because he's got an old Deadpool. Is that Deadpool? No, who is that?
That's my Samurai Predator.
Cool.
Oh, just Samurai Predator. Okay, looks like Deadpool. Oh, there it is. Okay, that does not look like Deadpool. That is deadly. Better than Shooty Who, worse than Doctor Who. Oh, shit. So it was better than Shooty Who, but worse than Doctor Who. So it was a pile of shit. Okay. I'm glad I didn't watch the Fish People show. Yeah. Told you it was a waste of time. If the main show
was a normie drama, mate. It was a normie drama.
Right, but see, this is the thing, though. If the main show is not doing well, you're not going to get the enthusiasm for a spin-off. I'm sorry, but I mean, like, did you see what Disney did with Star Wars? They brought out spin-offs right straight after the shit show with Star Wars, the movies, and they never did well. The only one, the exception of the rule, was The Mandalorian. It did well for a while until the quality actually slipped, and then it start going shy. But The Mandalorian is the only spin-off that actually did something, and then it got worse as it went along. But the rest of them were completely shit from the beginning. Like, nobody had enthusiasm for them. Nobody was watching them, because if the main franchise is not doing well, why the fuck would you want to watch a spin-off anyway?
Totally.
Fucking hell. Hey, Jack.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
No problem. How are you doing?
Oh no, I had a great chat with someone about Star Wars the other day. One of the heads of one of the theatre companies, and he's absolutely livid with Kathleen Kennedy. He wants to strangle her.
Well, she's gone.
Oh, is she gone?
Yeah, she's being replaced by David Filoni.
Oh my god! When she been kicked out? When did she get kicked out?
I've seen it floating about, but apparently someone said Doomcock is right.
Oh well.
Well, he took him 10 years.
He's only been right twice. He's only been right twice.
You know what I mean? As I said earlier on, you keep repeating a lie at some point.
He's a broken clock. He's right twice
a
day.
Yeah, but I don't think it's coming from him. It's coming from other media, reliable sources. Apparently, she is gone.
Yeah, I bet Jake WDW Pro on it.
And Dave Filoni is taking over, which is even worse.
Yeah, I know.
Which is even worse. Like, they've just got rid of her to just hand it to a bloke that, okay, he's decent enough, but he's not what Star Wars needs right now. Needs someone that actually understands the law.
He's a panderer. That's his problem. He panders to anyone above him, Dave Filoni.
Yeah, but well, if he's given full reins and he doesn't pander, you never know. Yeah. But again, mistake.
Yeah. He'll be pandering to Bob Iger now.
But you see, that's the thing. It's a mistake, and that's why Doctor Who needs a clean slate as well. You know, if you're getting rid of Kathleen Kennedy, then you need to get rid of everybody that she hired and employed, including Dave Filoni, and they all need to be, kicked out of that room.
Yeah. I mean, they keep saying to me, "Go, oh, we've got to get Pete Natig as the showrunner," but he's one of the cult. He's a cultist. Fuck him.
Yeah, I know. They all have to go. Someone mentioned it in the chat there earlier on. I actually spoke about that. Look, this is where I stand with it now. And if BBC want to save the show, then come and give me a call. I will tell you out straight. I'll be blunt, but by the end of the call, you will know exactly where you have went wrong and where you actually need to improve. But the first thing I would do is anybody that has worked on the show since it came back when it was announced in 2004, all the way up until now, needs to be gone. Every single one of them needs to be a clean slate. Okay? I don't want any more fanboys writing for Doctor Who anymore either. So I don't want the so-called fan being appointed the showrunner either. We need fresh blood, right? And we need to, and the showrunner needs to be given the tools to do his job. So if he goes out there and he's looking for science fiction writers, specialized writers to write for this show, so be it that. But that's who they must be going after, right? So these people don't necessarily have to be fans of Doctor Who, but they know what Doctor Who is about. They understand and respect the law, right? Simple as that. I don't want that. It's look, as I said, it's not as if I'm going to the BBC and I'm saying, look, I have all these listed demands. It's not even a big list, right? This is an easy fix. Now, whether you can win the fandom back if you do things right is another story. As I said, you will have to go on a charm offensive like you've never gone on one before. But if you create a product that's done properly, a show that people recognize as Doctor Who, maybe slowly but surely, as people start talking about it again and giving it positive reviews, then putting money in your fucking pocket, then maybe we could get somewhere. But that's a big maybe now at this stage because they fucked up again. Yeah, bringing back RTD. He flushed 100 million down the fucking toilet. I mean, I will ask you, Jack. Pete Natig's name has been mentioned. I mean, for me, it's absolutely ludicrous if you bring this man in. We need some fresh blood here. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just my opinion, but I don't agree with the whole thing that a fan can't take over the show. I just think the wrong kind have taken over and have not allowed anyone else to come in, because I think Doctor Who is something that's gone on for so long that you would almost need someone who's at least a casual fan to go, oh yeah, like you say, I understand it. But I think if you gave it to someone entirely different, you run the risk of it becoming an entirely different thing. I just think you need someone who understands what classic Who was supposed to be, and just, you know, make it cooler and more just, I don't say modern because that word's horrible now, but you know what I mean, just updated.
Well, that's what I did actually say. I say you have to, if you're bringing in someone fresh, though, my point is you can actually give them a portfolio, show them what Classic Who is all about, and say, well, this is what we're kind of aiming for, and we want you to bring Doctor Who back to some sort of traditionality, but also, as you said, it's a dirty word now, but in a modern era, it can be done. I do get your point on, you know, you're saying that you don't necessarily agree with me with the fan thing. I just think that we're at the stage, though, where I think there is a bit of fatigue because all the showrunners have been fans, and look the way it's gone.
I don't believe that, though. I mean, yes, they may have been fans once upon a time, but they clearly didn't have Doctor Who as their priority. I'm sorry, and I think it's made it unfair for genuine fans who would love to contribute and who would love to, you know, make Doctor Who what it's supposed to be. But because we've been stuck with the same twat waffles for as long as we have, that it's created this stigma around the idea of a fans, because, you know, lefties always claim to be fans, but they can never create, they can only destroy. So I think it's unfair to label, you know, I know we get the cringe nowadays of fan fiction, but, you know, there is actually good fan stuff out there. And I think with a show like Doctor Who, you really need someone who understands it in and out. I think if you give it to a newbie, you run the risk of it just not working or becoming something entirely different. I mean, that's just my take on it anyway. But about Pete Matigue, I've had a complete 180 in that fella, because during the Jodie Whittaker era, I thought he was actually the only one there who was a fan, because, you know, his episode was shit, but Chibnall probably had his hand in that. But he made those great trailers for the Classic Who Blu-rays. And when he did that interview for the season 26 Blu-ray, unlike the ginger nut feminist who was sat next to him, he seemed to be the only one who actually knew what he was talking about. I was like, oh, this guy at least is a fan, if anything. But then the absolute disgusting filth that he put out during Gatwa, you know, killing is fine as long as it's for corporations, and just God knows what else. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want this guy or any of the Fitzroy, as you say, anywhere near Doctor Who. At this point, I'd take a full conservative show compared to this. You know, it's just, I just want all of the Fitzroy gone. And my biggest worry, and I've been having like a chat with Lee and a few other people, my biggest worry is that RTD, with all this stuff that, you know, we all know about now, is a bit of a dirty man. And we know that he's a powerful man because people are actually afraid of him at the BBC and people in the industry. And I just worry that, I mean, not when he gets his comeuppance, which I'm sure will happen when things inevitably swing the other way. But I just worry that because he has been associated with Doctor Who for so long as a brand, people may not want to bring the show back out of sheer embarrassment. Like, you wouldn't want to bring back Jim will fix it.
Nope.
So lots of people would, I mean, look, I'm not trying to outright say that RTD is a you-know-what, but I just think some of his behavior and some of the things he said shows me that he has no moral compass. But I'm just saying that if something really bad comes out, people might associate, you know, that with Doctor Who and be like, no, it's a reminder of embarrassing times. Not, of course, taking into account the classic show, because by the time the BBC cop on, I hate to say, many of the original generations will be gone, and my generation will be left with a sour taste in our mouths for the past 20 bloody years. So, I mean, there are those of us, obviously, who went back and fell in love with Classic Who and loved it alongside what we saw growing up. But it's like it's a bit of a, it could work, it could not. But I think the best thing is just for the show to be reintroduced as something new, but whilst staying true to what it was originally, you know, don't know the word, but just concepted as, with Verity Lambert and Sidney Newman and all that, you know. But I think we're in the stage now where, even if the show goes away for a bit, I just think bringing it back, a lot of people are going to be really stuck with, you know, just the memories of the past 20 years. And I think it's going to be very difficult to disassociate that. That's my take on it anyway.
So Jack just brought up the fact that there's certain things that RTD has said, and I just wanted to back Jack up on that actual point, because, you know, you'll have that certain individual out there saying he's an RTD this. Well, he's not, but he's basing his opinion off the fact that he has said stuff like this. People tell me they masturbate to my shows. Right? And this is a quote from RTD, and this was when he was the showrunner of Queer as Folk. This article was published on the 27th of March 2017 by Digital Spy. I'll repeat, Russell T. Davis, people tell me they masturbate to my shows. So that's why Jack is making the point that he's making about his moral compass, because he has said stuff like this, and his behavior that he has exhibited as well, in my opinion, has also contributed to the fact that people have a certain opinion of RTD. We do know that behind the scenes on his shows is chaotic. We had all of that stuff during the Forced era with John Barrowman. Now, I have defended John Barrowman on that and saying it was a bit of a laugh and he wasn't actually going around doing the things that people were saying he was doing. But it did highlight that there was a certain culture that was allowed to fester under Bad Wolf Studios. And things apparently have not changed over the years. So all of this, these complaints about RTD and the things that fans are discussing about them, in my opinion, are valid. So, you know, as I said, don't think that you can go after people because they're calling shit out that they see. So I just wanted to back Jack up on that one because, you know, you have people out there that are sensitive little Nellies and will be crying and saying, well, Jack is trying to say this, that, and the other. He's not. He's making a point, and the point is based off evidence, and the evidence is RTD himself. You know, he just can't help himself, and he said a lot of controversial stuff.
I will just sort of reinforce what I'm saying by stating that I think, and you know, this is just my opinion, I think it creates a very negative stereotype around homosexuality when people like RTD, who claim to champion it and speak for it and pioneer it and all this and that, you know, when the majority just want to enjoy what they enjoy and live their lives just like everybody else, and they don't behave like RTD, and you know, they're really lovely people, and I am not at all saying that when I say RTD is despicable, that is because of his homosexuality. It's because of how he behaves. And that's not even the worst thing he said. The worst thing for me was when you introduce the ideas when they're young. And that's grooming. That is grooming. Yeah, anyone 100%. Knows that. And the fact, like, back in the day, if that had been said on the BBC, there would have been, I'm guessing, investigations and all sorts. But the fact that he openly and confidently talks like that and no one calls him out on it at all just speaks volumes to me.
He's everything that's wrong with the TV industry, in my opinion.
But you see, but this is the thing. People like your man here, who I have called out earlier, won't discuss this shit. Won't call him out because they're buddies with him. And again, you know, if you look, even this era shows, you know, he's had a lot of fans around him while he's been doing this. And he's a man of influence. And when you're pushing certain ideologies, I'm sorry, but I do agree with you, Jack. You know, I've said it on X as well. It is a form of grooming, and it needs to be stopped. You know, we've also heard, you know, the radical group that was exposed within the BBC that was pushing all the TQ plus nonsense, pushing it in TV shows like EastEnders, and Doctor Who would have been part of that as well. It's absolutely disgraceful that it's being allowed. Now, Ofcom apparently were going to be investigating that, but I didn't hear anything else. Ofcom now are actually going after Elon Musk. Now, in fairness, Elon is probably, you know, he's done it to himself, because I do kind of agree. It's absolutely disgusting that it's happening, but he's allowed a feature on Grok that can remove clothes from people. So you can imagine what that's ended up doing. Apparently, well, it's not apparently, I've seen it myself, obviously blurred out images because it's absolutely disgusting. But some adults on X have resorted to getting photographs of children and removing their garments from them. So Elon is actually in trouble with Ofcom, but I've been calling that plonker out because he talks a lot, but he doesn't do a lot, and he's more interested in showing off to his mates. You know, for New Year's, he changed their heart to a fucking fireworks display. There's literally, you know, nasty individuals on your platform, mate, and you're bragging about the fact that you changed the emoji thing to a fucking fireworks display, when there's literal adults on that site right now that were using grok to do illegal fucking things. This is what I've always said. Look, I am a fan of AI, but I said at the very beginning that people would start to abuse AI, and we hate the word regulation and all of that, but something needs to be done.
Yeah.
Something does. It's gone too far. I mean, you've even seen the fake AI videos that have been going around in certain war-torn countries. If you have wink, wink, you know what I mean. AI videos of snow in places that's never had snow and all of that. What, mate? Because you have to be very careful on YouTube. You get into trouble. But it's gone. It's just gone too far. But
Yeah.
back to this whole RTD. Look, I'm not finished with RTD. I said at the start of the stream that I was actually going to be doing an RTD stream. I'm not finished with him because
Oh, wonderful! Can't wait.
I want to bring on someone that has actually been doing a lot of expose. I'm going to ask him now later to see if he's willing to come on. He may not, because I don't think he does live streams, but he's been exposing a lot of shit about RTD on X, and it'd be great to get him on to discuss RTD. But be under no illusion, what I will say from what I have found out by looking what he's put up and what I've heard myself over the years and being told over the years, I can tell you when RTD retires or whatever, I think there's going to be a shit show, is what I will say without getting into trouble. There's going to be an absolute shit show. Some truths will come out, and it'll be all hell will break loose. Because look, I hate YouTube sometimes because
they're turning on the British government now, aren't they? YouTube.
Fuck YouTube. You know what? They've already. Look, I'm not even going to get into you. I'm fighting YouTube on two fronts right now, on the other two channels. So,
yeah.
So that's why I haven't been streaming on them.
They're attacking the EU and the British government about free speech now as well. I'm like, God.
I'll give you one. I don't want to get into politics, but just give you a quick one on the whole free speech thing, because now the journalists in Ireland are in uproar because the government want to bring forward legislation. It's obviously European, it's not their own, because they can't think for themselves, the fucking morons. But apparently it's to make sure that journalists stay in line now, and basically what they're doing is the EU is forcing journalists to basically fall in line with them. So journalists will have to report everything. Basically, the EU tell them to report. If you step outside that now, you can face prison, basically. So even though the media is, the majority of the time on their side anyway, in any situation, we've seen that throughout the world, the media will, you see what happened in Australia, right? It was clear it was a certain sort of attack, and I have to be careful because I'm on YouTube, because they're actually pulling channels, right? It was a certain attack, but then you hear the police and the media come out, well, it's not, it wasn't that, it wasn't targeted, all of this other fucking narrative shit that we're throwing out, right? Without getting into trouble off YouTube. But the media have the world media being normally on their side, but a few have been willing to discuss what Europe is up to and what other countries are up to. So now the EU and the rest, they want them in line now. So this whole thing they bring in, the majority of journalists will support it because they're all fucking indoctrinated. They're all fucking, but the ones that aren't, that are independent, that still have a voice now, will be fucking dragged into this now. And if you follow this is a way to silence Great Britain News or any other Newsmax and all of this, any other news outlet out there that has a mind of its own, that actually reports the news and the truth, will be stopped with this legislation. That's what it's all about. It's all about control. But I'm not getting it. We'll leave it there with the politics. So I just want to get back to this situation with RTD, Doctor Who, and its future, because It's a complete mess. But again, the situation that we're in is this: is that a few weeks back, Oliver Cole was in the TARDIS console room,
Oh
and
yeah.
the other side of the fandom were predictably hoping that the wet dream would come true and he'd become the Doctor, and he had to come out and deny that he was the next Doctor. It later transpired that RTD has found love with this model fella. I would say a bit of a show off, a bit of an arrogant little prick he looks, to be quite honest with you, full of himself. But again, as I said, a lot of people come out on the other side of the fandom and supported that relationship. As I said, if RTD was a straight man and that was a 27-year-old woman, that they would be having a different fucking conversation. But they're hypocrites. But the fact that, and I said this earlier, but the fact that RTD, and listen, I'm glad that he has found love again. Maybe he will soften up. Maybe he won't be the prick that he is now. I doubt it very highly, but that would be the hope. When someone falls in love, their heart kind of fucking melts and stuff, and they become a better person. And I hope that does happen for him, because I wouldn't begrudge him love, right? He deserves it like everybody else does, right? But to flaunt your boyfriend, your new side piece, and allow him to go on to the TARDIS console to do a little video for his birthday on Doctor Who's birthday was in bad taste.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a waiter. Oh, he's not even a model. He's a waiter. Okay, doesn't matter. Waiter, model, whatever the fuck he is. He thinks of himself as a bit of a model, the way he was fucking prancing around the fucking TARDIS anyway.
Yeah, he's a drama postgrad, that's why.
Jesus. Oh, so he does have acting experience. But I did think that was inappropriate, right? And if you want to call me homophobic because I say that, fine, fair enough. People that know me know that that's far from the truth, and that's why I decided to call out this wanker and to defend Dan. Dan doesn't have a homophobic bone in his body. It's just when you can't handle another person's opinion, you just resort to names. And it's the same if you're fighting for your country, right? They've labelled you far right, they've labelled you bigot, they've labelled you Nazi, they've labelled you all the labels, like they do with everything, right? But you know what? Even those words, they're all fatigued now. We don't even take that seriously anymore. Do you know what? In the early days, if someone called me a Nazi or anything like that, that would upset me to get under my skin, right? Because it is a horrible thing, like, to be called, right? But see now, I'm just like, I've heard it before, man. Have you not got new material now? And if someone does say something different, I'll actually praise them. I actually will. And you know what ends up happening? You praise them. Also, you come up with something that's brilliant. I've never heard that one before. Fair fucking play. You end up talking to these people and finding fucking common ground. It's fucking mad. He's an aspiring model who's a waiter. Okay. Well, fucking being an aspiring model waiter, I don't give a shit what he is. The bottom line is RTD shouldn't have. Right. I'm not saying RTD shouldn't allow them to go in and do it, but RTD should have insisted no filming. If he wanted to do something nice for his boyfriend for his birthday, that's fine. I get it, right? But he filmed the fucking thing, he put it up, and then speculation went through the roof.
Was he also renting the facility from Sony because they own the building? They're taking a lot of liberties, aren't we, RTD, with something you resigned from, did a runner from, and then as we go back for at Christmas. Just saying.
Yeah, that's the part. Yeah, listen, I spoke about that. I've been doing. I told people to watch the start of his video because it's fucking funny. Because obviously you come out with the line, he's a gay model, and then he pauses it, and he goes, "Oh, he said the word. Oh, look!" And he starts waving his hands. Look at it. It's the funniest fucking thing you've ever seen. I'm not messing. And I'm like, "Are you serious? Are you serious? The the worst video on YouTube. That's you think that's the and you can't take a joke. I mean, I thought Tom Baker with the big cucumber was fucking. If it was a cucumber, I think it was a giant cucumber, whatever it was fucking funny. But it was a joke. It was a joke. You can't joke anymore either. Apparently, you can't joke either. Right? You can't joke. We're living. We knew that for years. You haven't been able to tell a real joke in 10, 12 years now. Anyway, you tell a proper joke, a joke that is going to offend. Well, you're going to offend someone. That's just the way it is. Or you offend everybody, but people take that offense personally now. Whereas years ago, if someone told a joke that, like, you'd hear the odds, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or whether to they'd be. But that was a joke. People would fucking, like Ricky Gervais when he did his fucking whole monologue at the Golden Globes. I mean, that's what it's all about, man. Taking the piss out. And he was right, I'm going to take the piss out, but don't take it to heart. It's a joke. And that's what I mean. I know you stated a fact, and that's why I defended you. Listen, you're not homophobic. I know you're not. I know fucking Dan isn't, and I know fucking Charlotte isn't. I don't know who the other guest was because I haven't been on YouTube in months, as you can tell. So I don't know the person, but the bottom line is I know that the host, and I know he wouldn't have anybody on his show that was homophobic. So, the bottom line is absolutely. And it all started because some fella called Sammy or whoever they are. I don't know, probably dead named them or something. Jesus Christ, I'll be accused of being transphobic now. Anyway, that one went crying to Tharries. I had to do a video on these raging homophobes. Then, of course, he did his video. Because he can't, he needs the drama. So, when it was sent to me, I was like, fuck it. I'm not having this. I'm not tolerating this. I always said it, anybody, I'll defend my friends, and just because I have been online, Dan keeps in touch with me, or have been new YouTube, he's been keeping in touch with me anyway. Yeah, so it's not as if we don't have communication. That others have been keeping in touch with me as well. I know I've been pretty bad at getting back to people's messages and all of that. It's just, as I said, last year was just an absolute shit show. And I just had so much going on that I just blanked everything out, to be quite honest with you. If I'm honest, I just was hyper focused on things that I needed to get done and things that I was doing at the time. But I'm back now anyway. As I said, we will continue this conversation tomorrow. That straight, that just fucking, that just goes to show you where we've come in 2026 when you state a fact and someone makes a big deal out of the fact that you've called someone gay, even though that particular person and people like him like to put labels and put people in nice little boxes.
He is gay though.
But then when we do the same, it happens to be offensive, but they can do it. Right? They can do it for trans people. Right? They can literally stamp over women's rights for trans people, and that's okay. But you state a fact that someone happens to be gay, then it's homophobic, apparently. Well, I'm not saying a lot of stuff here that was worse than what Type 40 did. So I fucking dare you. That's what I say. Right. And by the way, when I say I've said things worse, I've been more blunt than the lads on 40. I've been very clear that I don't agree with what RTD did with his new squiz. Right. If he wanted to go on to the TARDIS console room for his birthday, I have no problem with that. Just don't film the fucking thing. Nobody needs to, right?
It's just another way. It's another way for them to say this is ours.
Yeah.
I would agree with that, Jack. 100%.
You know, it's like, oh, for all you haters out there, look at us. We're still here. We're still queer. Whatever. You know, it's just pathetic. You know, it's.
And I mean, if it was a way, I don't know if it was a way for Oliver to kind of go public with the relationship, or this was planned. But don't use the TARDIS to kind of set it all off. Again, that's what I have an issue with. I don't have an issue that RTD has found love, but I would say I do have a slight issue that that age gap, because who wouldn't, right? It'd be the same if it was a man and a woman of same age. The man was 62 and the woman was 27. Like, you see it all the time. I don't think that is right. You wouldn't have much in common at those two stages of life. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, I don't know, Noel. I mean, RTD is a child.
Well, yeah, when you put it that way, he is a bit of a fucking man baby, isn't he?
He's a bit of Michael Douglas, isn't he?
I must admit,
remember that when Michael Douglas was that was frowned upon. But that was, at the time, it fucking was frowned upon. No, let's fucking be straight about it. Right?
But
These people are fucking celebrating this relationship, but I can guarantee you, if it was a fucking 62-year-old man and it was a 27-year-old woman, they wouldn't be celebrating it. They wouldn't be celebrating it. These fucking people are fucking hypocrites. They can't even. Do you know what? Their fucking opinions change every fucking day. The fucking ideology and the facts fucking change when someone else comes out and disputes their shit. Then it changes again. The bottom line is this is not. I'm sorry. Let's call it out for what it is. It's inappropriate. Right?
Let's call it ridiculous.
All his behavior has been inappropriate in this instance, right? His behavior has been inappropriate, right?
Yeah. Let's call it ridiculous.
Allow that to happen. End the fucking story. And if people have an issue with me saying that, I don't give a shit, right? He should not have allowed his boyfriend record a video on that TARDIS, or was he recording the video, whatever. And if they did record a video, well, then keep it private between yourselves. I mean, you know, people do that, right? We have, as you know, I don't post anything up of me and the missus or whatever like that. I'll post photos of the dog. We learned our lesson a long time ago, right? But we do have, like, for special K birthday and all of this, we'll have our own little videos, private little fucking videos, you know, little party with the dog or whatever like that. You know, we don't throw that shit up. But we have them, we keep it fucking private. Do you know what I mean? And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
You don't have to share everything on fucking social media. But Jack is right. There was a reason why he did that. It was to make a statement as well at the same time. And I'm not
saying I agree with what he did, but isn't it funny how Philip Schofield goes down, but RTD doesn't?
Yeah.
Exactly. No, good fucking point. Because Philip Schofield was in the same situation.
Like, I'm not saying I agree. I don't agree with how he did it, but I mean, he didn't illegally do anything. But I'm just saying, isn't it funny how he loses everything, but RTD doesn't? It's definitely like a show of power there.
Yes. Yes.
It's hypocritical, this industry. That's why I hate it now. Really
or is it because, you know, well, because this doesn't make a difference to me. I still think the age gap between RTD and his new squeeze is not right.
Yeah,
but I mean, maybe because Philip Schofield's one was younger. Again, wasn't he 19 or something?
They groomed him. They literally groomed him. Him and Simon Schofield groomed him.
So, but still, as you said, Jack, doesn't make it right. Like, but as I said, if this was a straight man and a 27-year-old woman or younger, right, even legal age, 19, whatever, 20, don't know what the age of consent is in the fucking UK, but if it was that sort of relationship, there would be a fucking problem with it. But, you know, certain individuals in society, we've seen it, get away with that sort of thing, you know. And whereas, and I've noticed as well, older women, Madonna is going out with a younger man, Cher is getting married to her younger man, yet they're celebrated again in society. They're celebrated. Our fair play, they found love. But yeah, as I said, when the men do it, they're criticized. They all should be criticized because nobody, I'm sorry, I know Jack makes the joke, well, he's a bit, well, he doesn't make the joke, he is a fucking baby. He acts like a baby. He acts like a fucking child. But still, he's an adult. I don't see where there would be, in that sort of relationship, with that sort of age gap, how two people can be compatible because they're at different stages of their life. I don't get it. I never have anyway, and I never will get it. And it's not because, as I said, I'm the same with every relationship with age gaps like that, or even bigger age gaps. I don't get it. I don't get it. It was fully produced, cranes, cameras, lighting, and music. RTD has done more than anyone is saying. The voice of Roger Rabbit is going out with 20 plus.
Yeah. God, what is it up with this industry, man?
Full of weirdos.
Yeah, no, total weirdos. This is why I stick to theatre, mate. I don't want to go near them. They're just mad.
But this is what I mean about, even if Doctor Who does come back, until the industry gets sorted out, nothing's ever going to change.
Yeah.
Like, people had morals back in the day; they just don't anymore.
Yeah,
no,
totally immoral.
And it's not. I know someone's going to be like, "Oh, you're being homophobic." There's nothing wrong with being homosexual, but all I'm going to say is the ones I like are the ones who just get on with it. Like people who can talk about things other than their bloody identity. You just talk with them and they're like, oh, I love Doctor Who, I love Star Wars, I love Alien vs. Predator. Oh, brilliant. And then all of a sudden you've forgotten about their gender or sexuality so much that it's like, I don't look at you as Tim the homosexual. I see you as Tim. Whatever your preference is your business.
Yeah. You're doing the bedroom, stays in the bedroom. That's my attitude.
It's like, I just don't think people realise the true damage that has been done by this elitist trophy holding. It's going to create more hatred because people are going to think that all dread it, that people would think that all homosexuals are like bloody Russell T Davies. I'm like, that's just not true.
Yeah, totally.
And
this is going to damage the industry eventually.
It's frustrating. It's like when Sia made that god awful autistic film. I was just like, great, that's going to do so much for people who don't like us.
Yeah, I know. And they don't get autism right. There's like 3 or 4.
No, they never do. Never do. They always make it like the majority don't show visible symptoms.
Yeah, it's always classic or high spectrum. Never anyone else.
Yeah. And it's like, the majority of us just have real life struggles.
Yeah. A lot of us
and,
don't get the right help.
We don't want to be like activists and shit and be like, oh, pay attention to us. No, we just want, the appropriate help when needed. And what Hollywood isn't doing, what Hollywood is doing is, honestly, it just makes me uncomfortable when I see it.
Yeah. That's it. It's always going to be high spectrum or classic autism, nothing else. That's what annoys me, Jack, because there's more types. There's so many spectrums. You speak to Charlotte about it. There's so many spectrums to autism.
There's a bit of you see that on the screen, folks?
Yeah, I know he passed away. Oh, yeah.
72 years of age. That's...
Yeah. Don't talk to Rabbi about him.
Or Lee.
Oh, God, did Lee have a falling out of him as well?
Oh, well, they all know what each other know.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, look, he had opinions, okay? It's like, bloody hell.
I know.
Tom Baker, though, over the Christmas, I don't know if you saw it, was the one thing that actually put a smile on my face over the Christmas. Did you see all the photographs that were put up by his people? They were lovely. He had the long jacket and the scarf.
Oh yeah, he got back into it,
Didn't he make the King's Honors or something? So he was celebrating. He put on his Doctor Who costume and all. He had the scarf. He looked well. He looked well. I have to be honest, man.
He looks better than he did a few years ago. He did look
Yeah.
really ill at one point. I thought he was
he
going.
did. Yeah, you're right about that because we shared those photographs.
It's cystic fibrosis, hasn't it, poor guy?
Yeah, but tell you, he looks his face and all is fuller because when Jack was talking about that time, his face was sunk in and all. It did look like he was really sick. But no, his face was fuller. He wide-eyed. He had sense of humor. Like his sense of humor, even when he was sick, like was grand. Like, but his sense of humor was on point. You could tell with the photo shoot they were having fun doing it. Yeah. He's just he's one of the greatest ambassadors.
He is.
For the show. The Tom Baker things over Christmas were lovely. I know they were. I have to say, they're on X there, so there are other people's photographs. So I didn't want to take the risk. Because you know what people are like, any excuse to take my channel down. Other people could share people's photographs, but even when I give them credit, they, I don't know. Isn't it his birthday today? Hold on.
I think.
No, hold on. Is it? Tom Baker. His birthday is the 20th of January.
It's coming up.
It's coming up though. 91 years old, lads. 91, still going.
Yeah.
I can't believe he was 40 when he got the role.
Yeah. Now, seriously, if you can, just Google it. You might be able to get the photographs there. They'll obviously show them to you. Like they're on Expo. Google, you'll be able to see them. But they were lovely photos. So. Go and check them out because they really will put a smile on your face because he does. He looks so healthy, and he just looked like he was having so much fun. And he always know. I don't know what it is, but he always knows how to pick the fans up. And the fact that he's still doing stuff and putting it out there for the fans and still reaching out to the fans. Even though he deserves to fucking, sit back and retire and enjoy his life, which he is actually doing, but he's still engaging with fans. He doesn't have to do that. Nobody expects that of him either. But the fact that he does and continues to do so, and all the actors that are still alive playing the Doctor, the fact that these people still engage with the fans and, there's still love between them and the fans. It's wonderful to see. It's the product of this show, and it's one of the good things of this show that they'll never be able to take away is the fact that there's so much love between the actors that are still alive, their favorite, and the fans with their favorite Doctor. You'll never beat it. Do you know what I mean? And to see Tom still going strong, and him being Mr. Doctor Who. It's wonderful to see, and long may it continue, because it'd be really, I don't want to talk about it, but when that day does come, that's going to be a day. This fandom en masse will be mourning.
Yeah, he's looking better though. Jack's right. He did look like a walking skeleton.
That's what I mean. If you remember, he was going into that pub. Do you remember? He didn't look right. He didn't look right, man. But you look at the new photographs now. He just looks so much better. The smile on his face is just his face. He won't, because he said it himself. He won't mind, but his face is just alien. I mean, it's just that he was the perfect fit for the role. He just, even now, I still see him as the Fourth Doctor. Do you know what I mean? When he puts that costume on, he's a little bit older, a way lot older, but I still see him as the Fourth Doctor. Like, that's, man, to still have that, still be able to do that after all of these years, man, that's just legendary.
Yeah.
This man it means so much to us fans. I hope he knows that, really, because
Oh, he is. He's a treasure.
he's
I always said
he
he's a
is
treasure of the small screen.
he is,
Has been,
and
always will be.
you know, and again, we got to see him again in the 50th anniversary, which was nice.
Yeah.
As the caretaker,
Yeah.
which I remember that scene in the cinema. Right, lads, I'm not messing. So
Yeah.
when Matt Smith is
I
standing
did.
there,
Well, yeah, I
and as
did.
the camera pans around, know the way the camera pans around, and then you see, I think it's the hand you see first, the
Yeah.
walking stick, and then he comes in, and as the camera pans up, and you see Tom Baker's face, I'm not messing, right? I never seen it in an Irish cinema because we're not. I don't think we're like Americans where we go to films and stuff like that and scream and shout and chant all the way through. Like in America, do you ever see some of those clips where they're watching Spider-Man and all, and the whole
Yeah.
crowd is like none of that shit happens in Europe. I
Cheering,
don't
yeah.
think we're far more reserved when we're watching a movie. But see that moment in the cinema. Never seen it before in the Irish cinema before. But the whole fucking cinema, and it was packed to the rafters because this was the 50th, right? This was Doctor Who was at its height then, right? So people, even casual fans, were coming in to watch this fucking thing as well with the fan. But the cinema, not an empty seat, and collectively, the whole fucking audience jumped up and fucking screamed. I never heard that like it before. And then complete silence then of when they both start talking to each other. And then as soon as the scene, when he walks off and the scene ends, that cinema just fucking erupted like nothing I'd ever seen before. I'm not messing. That was a brilliant
Who knows?
feeling.
Yeah, I love
But
that bit.
I really hope I can meet him. He's the one that I still want to meet, to be honest.
nah, man.
I've got his autograph on my wall.
Oh.
A personalised autograph of Tom Baker on my wall.
Well, that's what I mean. It has to be personalised. I don't want it on a piece of merch or something. I would love to actually meet him, and
Yeah.
you know.
I think he does meet and greets in intimate places, but there's only a few fans that you'll see because obviously his age and stuff like that. It'd be worth looking into, but you know that would be an autograph as well, and a meet up. There's just a meet up alone. Fuck the autograph. I wouldn't even give a shit about the autograph, to be quite honest with you. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I got it, it'd be hanging up on my. Listen, there'll be a spot on the wall, yeah, and it'd never leave that spot. It'll be there.
I've always preferred photos.
Yeah, I'll share it, and you know what I mean. I'll bring people in, like a little museum. I look at me Tom Baker. That's me Tom Baker. Oh, there's a photograph. Yeah, you know what I mean. I'd show it off. I fucking really would. But
yeah,
you know, he's still doing stuff like that. So I'd look into it. You never know. You never know. You might get lucky. You know. To meet him alone would be an absolute privilege, man, an honor. I mean, you'd be in the presence of a great, in our eyes, a great, a legend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That, like, even talking, that gives me goosebumps.
Yeah.
Like,
I call him Captain Baker.
A legend.
If any of you guys remember my awful Doctor rankings video from a few years back, please ignore it. It's like, because Tom Baker's near the top now. I'd still say Pertwee's my favourite, but Tom's probably second. Because I did, when I started my rewatch of his era, I was just like, my God, even if the story's absolutely awful, he's enough to keep you watching.
Yeah. Capaldi had that magic as well.
Not for me, sorry.
No, he could make a shit script good. Capaldi.
It's just his voice. It irritates me. I don't know what it is.
Fine,
what are you going to do with the people like you? Like, I can't do it. Sorry.
Season 8 didn't work for me for Peter Capaldi because I knew it was Malcolm Tucker.
I know I'm going to get banned from the channel now for saying this, but I'm sorry. The 12th Doctor is so overrated.
Oh, Jesus, you are banned.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. It's been nice knowing you guys. Join Jack Rabbit on Noel's channel 2018 to 25.
Lifetime ban. You're not allowed your own opinion on here. How fucking dare you? I'm only messing.
You're allowed.
I'm only messing. I know you have your favourites, and we all have our favourites, and you know you're.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Tennant's not my doctor anymore.
Right. Well, Tennant is nobody's fucking doctor anymore. Only the.
You know when I start watching Christmas specials, I start with Matt Smith now, not David Tennant.
Yeah. See, here's the thing as well, though. You know, David Tennant is a twat and always will be one.
Oh, he's
but I still do like some of these episodes. But see, the problem is though, when I see his face, I keep getting these flashbacks of all the things that he's fucking said and the little stupid badge and the t-shirts.
It's worse for me because he was my doctor.
Yeah.
You know, he was mine. And now imagine what that did to me, because I met him in 2022 at Talford Comic-Con. It was one of the best days of my life. This was before he ran his mouth and said all that stupid shit. Yeah. And it's like, God, what a waste of time and money. And my favourite Dr. Pertwee isn't alive for me to meet. So I just feel this huge disconnection from the show now. Like you wouldn't believe.
You can meet his son.
It is sad. See, this is the damage that they've allowed to happen to BBC, and they're partly responsible themselves. And that's what I said. Even if they do get things right with Doctor Who, and let's say the pipe dream that they actually do, you know, the things that we say that are wrong, and they recognise that they're going to have to go on some charm offensive because, you know, people like Jack are not going to be easily swayed to come back if they ever come back. As I said, I think there will be a lot of fans that never will come back, even if the show doesn't prove. Yeah. And that's BBC's fault. You know, they've allowed this to happen on their watch. And again, you know, the Disney deal did prove that Doctor Who has something. If a company like Disney is coming in and dropping 100 million on it. And this is what I've always said. BBC don't understand what they've had. They've held the ball here yet again. Now, if they don't learn their lesson and they keep, say they get rid of RTD, but they decide they want Julie to stick around. Well, forget about it. I get Jack's point on Pete McTeague, but for me, I think you need a complete clear out. We'll see what happens. Look, the bottom line is, see, I have those concerns that Jack has with Pete McTeague. He's written some stuff that have made me believe and make me think that he isn't the right person.
I mean,
but then he goes and does the classic stuff for the DVD box sets, and it's completely different. And then, I mean, that thing with I forgot to mention, actually, the Peter Davison box set fucking little short that they had, the fucking little episode that they had. Like, that was written by Pete McTeague, wasn't it? And that was absolutely, I mean, I had a smile the whole time watching that. It was absolutely...
I was amazed he was allowed to have banter with her, to be honest, and even bloody shut her down a few times.
Yeah.
Because she said something like, you know, oh, quite mouthy or something. He was like, coming from you, that's rich. Or something. See, he said something like that.
But that's the conundrum with Pete McTeague. So which Pete McTeague would we get? Would we get the Pete McTeague that does the classic stuff and actually understands how Doctor Who should be? Or do we get the Pete McTeague that wrote for the previous showrunner and gave us the shite that he gave?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why I wouldn't trust him, and that's why I believe we need a complete clear out. Like, if Pete McTeague was going to do it properly, then I'd be with Jack and I'd say, okay, give him a go, because he's proved when he does the classic box sets, little videos, he's actually pretty good, understands the show. But then when he actually goes and writes for the show, he does the complete opposite. So,
Well, he can't
you know
help
what I
but
mean?
put
Do
his
you really want a
politics
man
in
like
there.
that around? Because
Yeah.
that's what I mean. If he kept these politics out and just did it the way he did it with that, then I don't think anybody would have a problem with him. But that's the thing, Jack. I think once he got in there, and then if BBC start demanding that he does things a certain way, he's just going to be another yes man, and he'll do it. I don't think he would try and resist, because he wouldn't have that power like Moffat did, where he resisted for a while. Do you remember Moffat actually did resist for a while, and then he just got tired in resisting and just fucking gave in? Like, Pete McTeague wouldn't be actually in that position to be, dictating to the BBC. So this is the issue that we have as well. Any showrunner that comes in actually is going to be handicapped because of what's happened the two previous times. Because BBC are going to be even more cautious this time around. And they'll want someone that will play ball, I think.
Exactly. I said this before. If the BBC don't change, don't expect Doctor Who to change.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's not going to. I mean, yes, the Fitzroy are the main problem, but it's like these people are obsessed with putting their politics in it. And the moment they do that, it's going to affect the stories and it's going to annoy people.
And it's got the BBC in a lot of trouble lately with people putting their politics first.
Well, that's true, but look,
I'm not going too deep into it, but you know what I mean.
No, but Robert is after making the point, right? And I think we need to bring this up again, because he did make a bad point, but he's kind of gone off the boil again, Eccleston, with some of his other shit that he's coming out with. He's a bit of a loon, but we knew that. I've no problem with that. I still think he was a great doctor.
Yeah.
But remember that fan thing that he did, and someone asked him would he come back to Doctor Who, and he gave the conditions on what would make him go back to Doctor Who. And what did he say? He said, sack Jane Tranter, sack RTD, basically get rid of them all, and I'll come back. He was telling you there and then what the issue is, right? And it's not out a bit. Listen, what they did to that man, right? Okay, he has insider. He knows what these people are capable of. They know what they did to him. Right, so if he's telling you that to get him back, you would have to get rid of these people, well, you should be listening to Christopher Eccleston, because to be quite honest, if you actually look at the New Who era, Eccleston's episodes, right, people will argue World War or Aliens of London and World War III were the weakest in that season, right? But the rest of the episodes were some of them were brilliant, and I didn't like it. What was it? The Idiot's Lantern. I didn't like that one. And what was
in my opinion, series 1 was New Who's best. It just went downhill from there. It might be a controversial opinion, but they got the Daleks right. They got the tone right. Eccleston brought masculinity and presence and authority to the role. And it feels very, very sci-fi. It's a bit camp, but RTD wrote it. But honestly, I think in terms of consistency, I still rate it a good series of Doctor Who.
No, it is. It is. I agree with you. That's the point I was actually trying. But you've just said it. You've just went the short way, and I tried to go around the long way. But you're right to do that.
But I wouldn't be a fan if it weren't for that series. I wouldn't be a fan if it weren't for Dalek.
Yeah.
Which I laugh that even the writer who wrote that has come out and said, guys, this is shit.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Look, that's what I mean. And then Jane, what was her response? It was to attack.
Oh, that was not very nice, was it?
Right.
Rather rude.
So they've got fragile egos as well. Right? That's what you're dealing with. Right? And the fans are the same. Right? Fragile egos. They can't take criticism on any level. And by the way, the criticism is justified. The criticism is justified. The bottom line is that this whole franchise has been in trouble way before RTD. The decline actually happened during the Matt Smith era, believe it or not. It doesn't matter what anybody's opinions are on the
Series 6 Part 2.
Yeah, that's where the decline actually started, but it wasn't bleeding millions, if you understand it, but it was slowly declining. Then
I just Sorry, I just want to add this. I've recently been watching Series 6, and through Series 6 Part 1, for the first time, I watched New Who back to back. I binged it because I was genuinely enjoying myself. It was so good. And then I got to Part 2, and I was like, my God, what have they done?
Yeah. Oh, he ruined it with Part 2. He split it, yeah. He split that season in half. And then the first half is actually, you're right, is
Really
pretty decent. Yeah. And then you get to the second part, and it's absolute dog shit. It's yeah. Moffat had his problems as well, but you know what? Moffat's problems weren't as bad as fucking the problems that those two other gobshites, Moffat, fucking Chibnall and fucking RTD too. I mean, but.
Yeah, but if you kind of look at it at the end of RTD's era, when everyone was leaving, it was like, so it's only Judy Gardner leaving, Phil Collinson left, and Judy Gardner left, and RTD left. It was like this. It's like someone was slowly kicking them out, you know. So the BBC was slowly, we can't have you anymore. You're breaking the rules, kind of thing. You can kind of see it, and then Moffat comes in.
Yeah, and then Moffat's like, I don't have someone to rein me in anymore. Yeah. I'm gonna make
Moffat, yeah, but you see, that's where when RTD brought him in and Moffat started writing the better episodes, right? Moffat already knew before RTD stepped down that he would be in line and he would have the power to do what he wanted, because his episodes were the most popular ones during the RTD era, the most spoke about. So it did feel like a natural progression when RTD did step down and Moffat did take over. To be quite honest with you, you know, the problem with Moffat was overcomplication of scripts and plot, you know, plots. And then obviously the BBC, then when the feminists came after him because, you know, Amy happened to be in a very short skirt and they didn't like that and the type of shorts he put her in and all of this. But apparently Karen Gillan had a hand in picking the clothes that she could wear, like so. But they were blaming Moffat, saying he was sexist, and this feminist podcast.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, I think Moffat's a gimp. I mean, if you look at how he writes his women, they're all high heels badasses who treat their boyfriends like shit. And I can almost picture Moffat tied up going, yeah, that's it. Go on. I waited 2,000 years, you dirty bitch. Yeah. It's like, you know, I can't. It's so laughable. I mean, at least you can kind of look at it as a comedy until Clara comes along. And that's when everything just immediately falls apart.
All I did speak about. Clara was the product of the feminist hate that Stephen Moffat was receiving off that podcast that was going that had hundreds of thousands of people listening to them at one stage, and then one of them got exposed for doing something very dodgy or something, and that was the end of them. They ended up actually being completely destroyed. But she was the product of all of that, and that's why her character in particular talked down and spoke down to the Doctor and was on equal terms with the Doctor. So that is true. He did allow and you know, he did allow the BBC pressure and the feminist pressure to get to him, because he did create this character in Clara. I have no problem with a companion showing a bit of confidence and stuff like that. But when the companion then starts thinking that they're the Doctor themselves, and Stephen Moffat, you know, he actually, you know, made it blatantly clear that she thought she was the Doctor with the whole Clara Who thing and giving her own TARDIS as well. You know what I mean? It was just, that was the product of that. So he was weak in the fact that he didn't stand by his principles, even though Jack doesn't agree how he writes women. That's fair enough. But the fact that he didn't stick by that and actually bowed his will to these feminists just goes to show that he actually had a weak mentality. Yeah. Again,
don't get me wrong. I mean, I think River was a really fun character. I did hate how she could fly the TARDIS by herself and she was always talking down to him. But can we all just agree that Amy, while she's beautiful and great and Karen Gillan's amazing, Amy is a bitch. There's just no excuse for how she treats Rory. There's no excuse for how Rose treats Mickey. And, you know, it's always been very, I think, damaging for a lot of boy fans of the show. It's like, yeah, get in your place, you stupid men.
Yeah,
It's just
masculate. Masculate.
No, you make a valid point. I've always called out the Billy Piper's character Rose Tyler because the way she did treat Mickey. I mean that whole scene. Do you remember when she comes back and she gets Mickey to drive all the way up to Cardiff to meet her with her passport, and then Mickey pretends that he's seeing your woman Sharon or whatever in the shop, and she has a complete meltdown because
she makes it all about her.
But yeah, you flew away with a bloke that you didn't even know, flirting with fucking Captain Jackson, and had your man with the fucking hole in his head, fucking satellite fire fella. What's his name?
Yeah.
That fucking
Adam Mitchell.
Adam, like, you know what I mean? So she had some fucking nerve when she came back and she had a go. And it turned out that obviously Mickey had made it up because he wanted to see if she would actually get jealous. And for that brief moment, she did show a bit of fucking jealousy, but it was too late. Like, as soon as that something happened to Tharries with your woman, that's a Slovene thing, fucking the mare, the blood wolf, fucking the blood dove, whatever, the fucking bad wolf shit, fucking power plant thing. Like, you ran off and you left Mickey on his own yet a fucking again, like.
And then
Mickey was too fucking good for her. Mickey was too good for fucking her, and I'm glad he ended up with Martha Jones, by the way.
And then one episode later, he comes back and everything's fine.
Yeah.
He just forgets about the whole ordeal. It's like, what was the point of that then?
And then do you remember then she has a hissy fit then when he wants to go on an adventure with them in the TARDIS, like. And you could.
And then she starts crying when he wants to stay in the parallel world. I'm like, bitch, make up your mind.
Yeah, you love him, you don't love him. What the fuck, like? He was right. Now, you know what? The way Mickey was written and the way I love that parallel. Do you know what? That was the best side of Mickey, and I'm glad that was actually done. Because
it's an underrated story, in my opinion. I think it's the best Cyberman story New Who ever gave. Yeah,
I agree with you. It's fucking brilliant. It's actually compelling. It is that cliffhanger where the Cybermen are surrounding the Doctor and Rose, and they're saying delete, like that was peak. That was, and then we see the Cyber King or whatever not Cyber King. What's he?
Cyber Controller.
Cyber Controller. Oh man, Loomis, John Loomis.
You are proud of your emotions.
Yeah, fuck it. Oh man, that was peak. See, there's some peak in there. That's the problem. It's fucking annoying. It is. It never needed to be this way, but fucking hell, man. It just goes to show when Doctor Who was on a high, it was on a high. But when it's low, it's low, and it's bad.
It's been low for too long. I can't believe the show is even still going. It had no right to go on as long as it did.
I'm surprised. Yeah, see, that's the thing that's surprising as well, though, is that even after all that's happened with the ratings and all of the drama, BBC are still like, oh no, we want to continue this. We want to, make Doctor Who successful. Well then, okay, start listening to fans then, you fucking idiots.
Yeah. They're like Kyle and Mr. Hankey at the moment. They really are. Like the really early South Park. He's talking about older piece of shit.
But they know they can't admit failure, because if they do, it will prove that a woman and a black gay man wasn't the right direction to go in, and that's not good for DEI.
Yeah, they're not getting money from Europe secretly for it.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. They'll never be able to admit it's failed when every sign points to it being the case.
Right. Okay. They don't have to admit it failed. Okay. So just do right by the show now. Right, that's what BBC can actually do. Right, we know, you're right, absolutely. They will never take responsibility for what's happened. They will pass the blame somewhere along the line. RTD will blame Disney. Disney will probably blame and rightly so, blame the real culprits. Of course, you know, BBC then will say, well, look, we gave it to RTD because he had a history with the show and it was successful. Disney coming in with all that money. You know, they're not, as I said, BBC were never going to say no. They just, you know, how RTD was able to worm himself into that situation. You know, that's whoever made that decision should hang their heads in shame, you know. But look, this, when we think of everything and everything that's happened in recent years, Jack is absolutely right. The point that he makes, that this show has no right to continue for as long as it has, but for some miracle, it happens to have done that, which is baffling and mind blown when you look at it. But the crazy thing about Doctor Who is, though, it's taken all of these hits and it's still hanging in there. And I'm just thinking, because, you know, I'm an optimist. You know, if someone comes in and just respects it, maybe this can do what it did when it came back in 2005 and rise from the ashes again. I mean, it done it once before, and I know the situation is different because there's not a gap between the end of Classic Who and New Who, because there was a movie in between that. But imagine, because it is Doctor Who, because it's that iconic, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that if you got someone that cared enough about this and knew enough about it and just wrote stories and character, everything that Doctor Who is known for, this could do something. As I said, you know, you're not going to win fans over overnight. You know, you mightn't win any back that have turned their back on the show. You'll win some back. But if you write something decent, you know, something that's entertaining, I don't care what you say, this whole narrative that TV habits have changed. As I said, BBC have broken that myth with certain shows that they've had, like The Traitors recently. That show was gone from strength to strength, actually, on the BBC, and that's getting double figure ratings. They're bringing back Line of Duty as well, and stuff like that. Peaky Blinders has been doing it for them as well, hasn't it? And there's a movie coming out with that, Peaky Blinders, I think. So, you know, this whole myth that TV habits have changed. No, the audience on BBC are starved of entertainment, and Doctor Who has far from entertained. For, as Jack has rightly pointed out, you know, since Moffat, you know, Moffat started off strong. The middle part was a bit shit, and I do like the Capaldi era. I know Jack has made it clear that, you know, he thinks Peter Capaldi's overhyped and whatever.
Shut up.
But the bottom line is we both have different opinions on that, but that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But for, you know, for me, I think Peter Capaldi's era did reclaim a little bit of respectability towards the show after, you know, what he had done in the middle part, because that was an absolute joke.
Yeah.
The whole thing with River Song still pisses me off, being the daughter of Amy. But still, that's the way he went with it anyway. But I think Peter Capaldi's era, he brought a little bit of respectability back. I thought some of the stories, I mean, the Crimson, what was that? The Crimson fucking horror. That's fucking, like, that's, when I watched that, I was like, kids are going to be fucking scared shitless watching this thing. Like he's really went out on that one. That, you know, so there was a few fucking crap ones in there as well, I'm not going to lie. I mean, you give us Heaven Sent and then you follow up with Hell Bent. I mean, that was an absolute travesty.
It was written on the back of a napkin.
Oh, Heaven Sent, like, was beautiful. It was brilliant. But that's inconsistent, overcomplicated plots.
Yeah. He was also
You
very
know,
stretched at the end, wasn't he? He was doing
yeah,
Sherlock as
bowed
well.
down to the BBC's demands because the feminists were going mad. You know, made
And
a
he was
lot of
doing Sherlock.
mistakes. But again, within those mistakes, there's episodes there that are worth watching, and that's the way I'll put it. You know, but I do like. I don't know what it is about Peter Capaldi. I think it is because of Peter Capaldi because I do like Peter Capaldi, and I did love him. Obviously, I did love him in Torchwood, Children of the Earth. He was fucking brilliant, and that. I mean,
He was,
that whole fucking
he was
thing was
better
brilliant.
there.
Yeah, that whole fucking show. That whole seriously, if you look at it from a Doctor Who point of view in the Whoniverse, that Torchwood, the Children of the Earth, was the best thing that was ever written in the Whoniverse.
Yeah.
I think. Personally. That's my opinion. I think that's the best thing that we've gotten connected with Doctor Who throughout all of this time since Doctor Who's come back in 2005. That series alone, Children of the Earth, was the acting, the writing, everything about it. It was just, and then that alien voice, that was just fucking, that voice even alone was scary shit. And then when you find out Jack's secret as well, yeah, and then you find out Jack's secret as well, and you learn a little bit more about Jack, because that was the thing about Torchwood. You start learning things about, a little bit more things about Captain Jack, and I loved all of that. I did. I have to say, I was really invested in Torchwood. I know a lot of people don't like Torchwood and detest it.
It's nihilist. It's depressing. It ruins characters. It's juvenilely written. It's juvenilely acted, and it's oh god.
See, me and Jack have different opinions on it, but we do agree that Children of the Earth was good. Well, I think it was the greatest thing. I'm not putting words in Jack's mouth.
It's not perfect, but my god, it's like Russell must have got a ghostwriter in to help.
I don't know. He must have been. I'll tell you something. He must have took some brain pills. Do you know what's that movie with Bradley Cooper where he takes the pill? Limitless, is it? That's what RTD probably did. He probably took a Limitless pill and came up with that idea for that Torchwood because
it drained him dry so much. The next thing we got was Miracle Day.
Right. See that? Right. I love the first 3 seasons. So see that I don't even acknowledge that anymore. That whole look, you bring Bill Pullman in, you bring an actor in like that, and you bring actresses in that are high caliber, and then you bring the Torchwood team in, right? You're thinking you're getting something epic. That whole thing was a shit show, and the whole Bill Pullman being a you know what, and then being you know paraded on the TV show as some sort of God or whatever the fuck he was trying to do with it. And then the whole Captain Jack side plot as well was just like, what the fuck? Like, that alone ruined Captain Jack if you all of this fucking side plot with him in that one.
Series 1 had done that long before.
Well, again, have differences of opinion on that one, but you're entitled to it. But even the fucking resolution to the end of that series, and then we all saw what happened. I was just like, okay, you're taking the piss. You're taking the piss now. No wonder it was cancelled. But I did warn when I found out it was going to America. I remember at the time complaining and saying, this will probably not end well because anytime they move from London or Cardiff and then they bring the production to America, for some weird reason, it just normally doesn't work out, and it didn't work out.
No.
And it killed Torchwood because I think he had plans. I think he had a lot more plans for Torchwood because that ending was a kind of a cliffhanger if you look at it. So there were more plans for Torchwood, but they never came to fruition because obviously the Americans were like,
I had such great ideas. Yes. Everything was darkness. There was nothing more. Everybody died. It was really sad. I had so many more plans. It'll be
Well,
such
Rex
a
Matheson.
brilliant, wonderful show.
Yeah, wonderful show. I don't. You know what? As I said, I hope he is happy now. But I want him away from Doctor Who. It's as simple as that. And this Christmas special better be the last thing that has his name
Yeah.
on it. To be quite honest with you, so that better happen, because that alone will be a good thing if they do pull the plug on him. That alone will say, okay, let's see what they do next. That'll be the next step for fans. But let's see what they do next. But if
No, you're not getting rid of me that easily, you know.
But if they get the next decision wrong,
it's make or break.
Then it's all it is already over for some fans. Obviously, we know that. I mean, for me right now, it is over because, as I said, I didn't watch the Fish People spin-off, and I have no plans.
You missed out on something so good.
And I'm not watching that Christmas special of his, even if it does try rectify the damage he did, if the rumors are to be believed. But I don't even believe that now. I think it'll just be another vanity project. I think it'll be a big fuck you to fans if he is leaving. I think he will do what Chibs did. Well, fuck you. So, because I think he is that bitter. I think he is that petty. And I honestly, I've said this, I think when it comes to Doctor Who, unfortunately, when he left all those years ago, because he said he was burnt out, he made the right decision to leave. And I believe he made the wrong decision coming back. I don't believe that the burnout had gone away. I still think he is burnt out. And if you look at what Stephen Moffat did for RTD, I do also believe that Stephen Moffat is still burnt out as well. They don't have what it takes to move Doctor Who forward in this new era. We do need someone with fresh ideas. Is Jack right about Pete McTeague? Could he be the solution? I'm not quite so sure on that. But
I never said that.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that. But you've mentioned his name, and it's right to throw his name out there because his name.
No, I don't want him to be showrunner at all.
No, I know you don't want him. I know you don't want him to be showrunner, but I'm just mentioning the fact that you did mention his name. Another name that I've seen, obviously, is Mark Gatiss, which I would be 100% against
he doesn't want to do it.
No, but his name was mentioned, so we have to mention it because his name has been mentioned. I don't know who else. I mean, would you give it to what's his name? Who wrote the Dalek episode? What's his face?
Robert Sherman.
Yeah, I don't know if he would want to do it, but see, this is the thing. When you actually analyze this. Who out there is there to actually take this show? That's another stream for another day. Who out there would be willing to take this show after the shit show that we've had actually the last two eras, especially?
I mean, I will, but only when I'm 33. You all laugh, but you wait. I'll be a god soon.
Now, seriously though. Who's going to take this show?
Me.
Oh, by the way, another name that has been mentioned, and I just have to throw it out there, and this name is going to be controversial. Wait till you hear the reaction when I mention this name in the chat, folks. Juno Dawson.
Oh, fuck off.
Sorry, I'm just going to dial the police. Hold on.
They're on her side.
I forgot.
Don't do that, mate.
Right, so that's another name being mentioned. Now, I'm surprised about Juno Dawson's episode because I thought it would be the opposite of what I thought it would be, and I was actually quite surprised. Now, it was a pile of shit. It wasn't great, but it wasn't as controversial as I thought it was going to be. But anybody that thinks that Juno Dawson, by the way, is qualified to be showrunner of Doctor Who because of one episode, right? Okay, you're out of your mind.
Pretty much.
Okay, that's not the criteria here. We need someone with a bit of experience in the industry, and someone that's done it on a regular basis. They haven't. So, let's be real here. This is why shows and movie studios are failing because of DEI and all of this other fucking nonsense. Again, you should hire the best in class. It's as simple as that. So I would rule them out almost straight away. They wouldn't even be on my list. That's absolutely ridiculous. Do you know who I'd give it to? Just because I know it would rub the other fans up the wrong way, and I just want a bit of a laugh. Don't know if they'd actually do a good job, but maybe they would. Garrett Roberts.
Oh, good idea.
He's just so mid, it's painful.
Yeah, but I know. But
but he agrees with our politics, so he's automatically a good writer. It's like, I've watched his episodes.
Say he was a good writer. I didn't say a good writer. In fairness, I will agree with you that, his episodes featuring
I don't think it gets to the BBC.
Certain James Corden were absolutely fucking
God.
ridiculous. But I did love the fucking what was it? The one with the wasp again. The fucking
Unicorn and the Wasp.
Unicorn and the Wasp. I did like that. I thought that was actually a pretty funny episode.
Aside from the feminist Agatha Christie, it was quite fun. But let's be real, guys. He's famous for making the Cybermen defeated by a crying baby. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Right. So no to Garrett Roberts.
Yeah, no to Garrett Roberts.
No to Garrett Roberts. See, well, right. Let me see. Let's throw some names that haven't been involved.
See, no, when I take over, I'm going to have this thing called standards.
Right. Well, we can't wait. We can't wait for you to hit 33, lad. So we'll bring someone.
Won't exist back
how about the person? I don't know how they are now. I did hear rumors that the latest series of Black Mirror had gone a bit wokey, but what's that fucking fella's name that writes fucking
Charlie Brooker?
Charlie Brooker. What about Charlie Brooker?
Bit of a wild card, but it might work.
See, I've mentioned Charlie Brooker a few times over the years. The thing about, the reason why I say Charlie Brooker, now if I'm going by old Black Mirror, UK Black Mirror, that's where I'm basing my
not Netflix.
My opinion on, because I did really enjoy that show, and some of the stories he told were just pretty goddamn weird, but were very interesting, and the resolutions. I mean, sometimes I was even shocked watching this, and I was seeing all this shit happen, and then the end of the episode, it start coming together, and I'm like, holy fuck, I didn't see that coming.
I wouldn't let him near the classic stuff, but when it comes to coming up with new monsters and new concepts, like definitely.
Yeah. Another name, now this name is a bit bigger, right? But this name has been mentioned in the past. Peter Capaldi did a skit with him. Peter Jackson.
Oh, that'd be good. Oh, yes, I remember the Peter Jackson skit with Peter Capaldi.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That was hilarious, wasn't it? With his daughter. He was there with his daughter, do you remember? And then Peter Capaldi's Dr. Tones. That's fucking hilarious. Like, but Peter Jackson's name has been mentioned over the years. It's rumored that he is a Doctor Who fan, and I think isn't it true that he was approached to write a Doctor Who episode at one point? Well, that's the rumor. Anyway,
it was in the Hobbit.
So I doubt that Peter Jackson would be a long shot because obviously his status, right? But you know who my ideal showrunner would be? Actually, do you know who? Yeah, I'm not messing, right? I'm gonna get stick for this. It'll never happen, by the way, because they're big time Hollywood director. But for me, I would love the Nolan brothers, Christopher Nolan.
Oh yeah.
Well, we can expect to not hear the show because of the music.
Yeah. Hans Zimmer's annoying soundtrack.
No,
And the most awful
think
atomic
about,
explosion
this
ever
is what
put
I
to
do,
screen.
right? I think of realistic names, but then I also think of names outside the realm of being realistic, and just who would I like to see if I had money and I could make it happen? Who would I like to see? You know, even fucking what's his face? I would love to see a Doctor Who episode from him. Uh, not Zack Schneider, because he's. I mean, that'd be fucking depressing as fuck. Visuals would be great, but the plot and story would be very fucking weak. Let's be honest. But what's his fucking name? Hold on, I'll get it now. And this one is out. This one is fucking out there. So I'll probably get laughed at for this one as well. Hold on. Yeah, it'd be great if you could tell me.
Just don't
yeah.
say Abrams.
No, fuck. Are you joking?
Lens flare.
Listen, he'd leave a lot of fucking member berries and fucking, you know, all of these fucking things. Never fucking no. But Tim Burton is another one that I'd love to see a Doctor Who episode from.
Do it, but that would be good for an episode because it'd be completely out there.
Yeah, if they wanted to do like a movie, but I wouldn't do him for a series because need we forget what he did with Planet of the Apes? I think he's better when he comes up with his own stuff.
No, I agree. I just say just an episode. I'm just saying I wouldn't have him as showrunner, but an episode definitely.
Jack. Planet of the Apes, the studio really stuck their nose in. They were ruining everything on that shit.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm going to say something controversial here. Right. I know the controversy around that movie, and I get it 100%. I actually even agree with it myself. But for some weird reason, I have a spot for that movie, and I watch it every few years, and I do sit down and I do enjoy it. But you are right; it's an abomination, and it's abomination.
Well, I hadn't seen. I'm ashamed to say it, but I hadn't seen any of the Planet of the Apes movies until last year, and then I binged them, and I loved the original 5. 2 was a bit iffy, and then I watched that one, and I just, what have you done? I had PTSD. I was like, what have you done?
No, I agree. It totally goes off he goes off his own tangent with that movie. I'm not messing. I did enjoy it. I'm not messing. I'm not going to lie. It's like Godzilla as well, the 90s version. That gets a lot of fucking stick, right? And it is an abomination. But I actually like it. It shouldn't have been called Godzilla. They should have called it something else. Like they should have called it Lizard in New York or something like that. Yeah, you know. But I still enjoyed it. It's a guilty fucking pleasure, and I'll fucking defend it because it entertained. I still fucking enjoyed myself watching it. Just like that Planet of the Apes, I did. I still, the only thing that annoyed me about the Tim Burton version, if I'm actually quite honest with you, is the ending. The ending fucked me up because it didn't make any fucking sense. It didn't make any sense if you watch the movie.
They tried to take the plot of all 5 of the original films and cram it into one film.
Yeah.
So, with the time travel and shit.
Yeah, I know. I know, and that ending just pissed me off. When he walks up to the statue of Abraham Lincoln, and it's not Abraham Lincoln, and it's fucking what's his face? It's fucking
Xerxes.
Caesar, the 4th Caesar. Like I like, hang on, that. What the? Oh, I was like, you head wrecking bastard. But I still enjoy the movie. I don't know what it is. There's some funny moments in it as well, but it is an abomination. But it's a soft spot. But look, this is what we'll talk about tomorrow. Actually, we'll if some guests want to come on and discuss.
Well, considering the stream is about me, can you invite me on?
Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose you could fucking have your say, RTD, about why you should keep your fucking job. while we discuss who should take over from you. But yeah, if there's anybody, the usual suspects that normally guest on the channel, would like to come on and discuss who they would like to take over, or give your short list of names, you can have as many as you fucking want, and explain your reasons, you're more than welcome. And then RTD here can explain and grovel to the fans on why he should keep his own, keep his fucking job after the fucking shit show that he has created. Yeah,
It's simple. I'm a good person, and you're all evil on the wrong side of history.
yeah, yeah. That's not true. It's ironic because you actually think you are on the right side of history, but when you're long gone, people will look back. When we're all long gone, historians will look back at this time, this period of human history, and they'll be absolutely baffled and will laugh their heads off of the shit that went on and the absolute lunacy that was going on around the world. So yeah, you keep thinking that you're on the right side of history. None of you are on the right side of history, and that's the issue. And when you accept that, then we can get somewhere forward as a society and move forward together as one, as we should. And we were moving in that direction at one point, but we decided, well, some of us decided to listen to the left and all their nonsense, and now we're all divided and we're all in the categories, and we're all fighting with each other, and countries are fighting with each other, and people are out there, going to work or whatever it is, going for a run and never coming home. That's the society that we created. People going to clinics to have, babies terminated. We got people out there, telling people, kids, that they're born in the wrong body. This is the society that we're living in today. This is the society that the radical left have created. And by the way, it's more chaos and carnage. It doesn't get any better. This is what they want. They want the chaos and carnage. So, that all that bollocks needs to stop. And on that note, I'm going to thank my two guests, Jack. We went 4 hours in the end. But you know what? For the first stream back, why not? I'm going to have to change the old... video title now and add the fact that we spoke about Doctor Who and stuff as well, because you know yourself. So I'll add that. Now, keeping the same thing that I wrote out, but I'm just adding plus Doctor Who talk or whatever.
Look, just put my name in the title. It'll triple your views.
Yeah.
RTD, yeah. I won't triple my views. You can't even get any views on fucking BBC. Will you leave it out?
Oh, for fuck's sake! When are you going to realise that I'm not the real RTD? I'm Jack doing an impression. Stop treating me like a horrible person.
Don't treat me like a horrible person, Jack. We know you're doing it, bro.
Yeah, is he? He's not fucking here. And if you do his voice, I'm gonna fucking talk to you like as if I was talking to RTD.
Yeah.
Right. Well, on that note, Happy New Year, and I'll see you all in the next one. Yous made me do it. Yous went there.
Right, that's a 2-year ban.
Oh. Well, it was worth it. Right. Good night, guys.
Well,
please
anyway,
like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah, like, share, subscribe, as he said. And don't forget to subscribe to the usual suspects. I'm not going to spend all day. Yeah, actually, I will let the lads shout out and the usual. Forgot about that before we leave. So we'll do that. In the meantime, then go and subscribe to the usual suspects, and go and give Dan some support. Go into the comment section of that stream anyway and show your support and solidarity. It's absolutely disgusting, in my opinion, that someone will go online and then, tell lies about a person, calling them homophobic when they're not homophobic and they don't have a homophobic bone in their body. But this is, everybody gets offended about jokes and and everybody is offended about everything these days. So it does need to be called out, because these people do a lot. These people could do a lot of damage to people's reputations and people's channels and stuff like that if they're not called out. And that's why I decided to do it, because at the end of the day, as I said, Dan is a great supporter of this channel. He's stuck up for me plenty of times anyway. But as I said, while I wasn't on, he was keeping in touch with me and making sure I was all right, just like Jack was, just like Lee was. By the way, Lee is back on X now. He's not posting as much, but he's managed to get his X account back.
Yeah, don't encourage him, because otherwise he'll just be banned again.
Yeah, but no, he's not going to. I was talking to him. I told him that X is worse now. So, literally, you're getting banned. Oh man, it's mad. X is just crazy. You think that they're off staying off it, but I'm glad he did get his account back, because his account was unfairly suspended in the first place, which is absolutely ridiculous. So he is back, but he's been quiet actually. I've noticed that's the difference, and that's good. He said he's only going to use it to communicate with people behind the scenes anyway, to make sure, like myself, because he's been texting me on Instagram. I can imagine. I just don't check my Instagram as much as I should. Same with Facebook. But I do check my DMs.
Yeah, well, your Facebook's deactivated.
I'm better with my DMs on X. But you see, the thing about it is, I'm not even getting notifications anymore. No, they're sort of wrong at my X anyway. Right, because I checked earlier on, right, and there was 7 messages, and I was like, where did these come from? Because they went there last night. So some messages are not coming in. I think I don't know what it is, because even when I refresh this, it's taking ages to refresh. I don't know if it's my internet because of the weather, or whether it's my phone because I've dropped it a couple of times, but I'm not getting people's messages. I'm not.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm not either. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. See, I thought it was only me, because I seen you sent me a message, and I was like, when did Jack fucking send that message?
Oh, I sent you loads of messages. I was like,
that's
no,
what I mean.
No.
Ages, mate.
No, that's what I mean. I'm looking here. Right, the last time I spoke to you was on the 10th of December, and then all the way then, there's messages all the way through. And I'm not telling you a word of a lie, I didn't even get a notification. That's why when Lee came back, I was actually surprised, because I went into me fucking DMs, and then I saw a problem being, and I'm like, hang on, what the fuck? And I went in, and I was like, this can't be the real Lee. This is someone actually taking the piss. So I texted him, and it was him. I was like, holy shit, he's back. So yeah, but that's fine, because he should never have been suspended in the first place. But I see PD is putting the channels in. Calm Crash Courses is there. He says, hi Noel, PD and Jack. Good to see you all. Looking out for our friend Dan and the gang over at Type 40 Doctor Who. Tell probably greets from me. I will. Listen, as I said, we're more than a community. We've gotten to know each other over the last 10, 11 years. So, as I said, our interaction doesn't end when we're on stream. I think people don't, I don't think people realize that we actually do talk now. I will admit, I'm very bad at messaging now these days. But when I do, and as I said, Dan has been sending me loads of messages as well, and I just responded to him as well. And as I said last night, and I wouldn't have probably seen his message, but only for I was actually posting something in the group that I'm in relation to someone. John Pertwee's wife passed away just recently. And I was posting that, and then I saw that people were. I was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" I'm not even getting notifications. He's fucked up. I don't care what anybody says, right? now people were celebrating when Elon bought it and all, and said free speech is safe and all of this, right? But he's turned it into a cesspit. It's full of porn. It's full of fucking adults that are disgusting and should be locked up in jail, if you get me point. All you see on it is fucking porn, right? I'm not messing. You don't even have to search this shit, right? There's people turning up on my timeline that I've never interacted with or followed. He pushes these people on a timeline and all of this fucking anime shit as well, and all the girls fucking cosplaying
Hentai.
and all in provocative positions and all of this. It's disgraceful. It is. It's disgraceful. There's he's literally taking the reins off everybody, and anybody is and then the lies that people are telling as well. He says it's not where the truth is. I'm not saying that there isn't some truth on it and the news isn't getting out, right? But at the same time, while that's happening, right, there's a lot of fake information, a lot of AI slop as well. There's people sharing videos as real, right, of things that are supposed to be happening in the world. Even politicians have posted the same fake fucking videos, right? And then when they've been told fake, they don't take them down even when they've been community noted. You still leave them up. It's all rage baiting. That's what it's become. It's an absolute shit show of an app, it is. I'm actually seriously considering leaving it. Because I can't be on an app where there's adults literally taking photographs of children and doing the shit that they've been doing to them and using grok. It's absolutely disgusting. And then he talks about protecting kids and coming after the trans cult. Yeah, he allows pink news and all of these other gobshites to spew that nonsense as well. He's just a fucking hypocrite. He's just all talk, actually. He's just all talk. He likes to show off rather than do the things that he's supposed to fucking do and promised. And he is. The reason why he's changed the algorithm that way, the reason why he's put all that slop on my timeline is that I go and get the check mark and then it disappears then. Then I can control my timeline then. I can control who then is on my timeline. That's a feature when you join up. So he's forcing this shit on my timeline. Right? Here's the thing. Anybody that follows me on X connected to Doctor Who, I don't see your posts. Even the Irish people that I follow and all the stuff that I do, I don't see their posts, right? I have to physically go in now, guys, and see if you have posted that. So then I can leave. And then once I leave a comment, then I'll see more of you are posts on my timeline. So that's what he's done, right? I have to physically go in, leave a comment for me to see your posts, right? So Daniel has to tag me. You will notice Daniel tags me all the time when he posts something. He'll tag me. It's the only way I'll see it. It's ridiculous. Like people, and sometimes even when people do tag me, right? Because there's a particular person out there that's been trolling me for over 10 years, Gary and Ballstreck. He's know who he is. He's from Wales, right? He's tagging me with all these accounts. I won't see them at first, but I'll see them a few days or a few weeks fucking later. They'll just pop up on my timeline random. Him calling me the most awful things that you can think of. It's crazy. He's just, if you don't have the blue check mark, then you're not getting the quality. You're not getting the service we were getting on X before he took over, basically. It's worse now. The experience is worse. And if you want to pay for the experience that you had, or if you want the experience that you had before he took over, you have to pay for it now. And the more you pay, the better it is, by the way.
Yeah, it's just
a billionaire over monetizing. There's a surprise.
Yeah. Gouging.
But you see, here's the thing. I wouldn't mind if that's the way he wanted to do it, if he allowed people like myself that don't have the check mark now but make content on his platform to start making money so they could pay for the blue check mark. You know what I mean? He's literally just said, well, fuck yous. I just care about the people that pay. Whereas he could have gave us a chance to earn some money like the others do,
Yeah.
right? To be able to get that blue check mark. And then when we get the blue check mark, obviously our revenue goes up, right? You get a certain percentage when you're unmonetized, right? But you get enough that you're able to get the blue check mark. And then after that, then obviously your revenue goes up a little
make
bit.
it pay for itself. Yeah.
Exactly. Be fucking fair about it. But no, we don't listen to ideas like that. Because see, here's the kicker. He bragged to his mates about buying it because someone had told him years ago that he should buy it. Right? So he said how much. They gave him a price. He agreed on the price, but then he seen how bad Twitter was, and he said he didn't want that to do with it, and he tried to pull out of the deal the last minute. I think everybody forgets that he actually tried to pull out of the deal the last minute, but he was forced to buy it then. Then he comes out and proclaims he loves it, it's his favourite app, blah, blah, blah. And then what has he done since he's took over? He's actually destroyed it. Nobody destroyed something that they claim to love, just like RTD, just like Stephen Moffat, just like, Chris Chibnall. You don't destroy something you confess love to. But there you go. That's what happens. Right, anyway, PD has put all the shit in, but I'll let him do his shout outs, and then Jack, then if there's anything you want to plug as well, you're more than welcome to do that. But PD, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I still on Rabbi's channel as a mod. I wasn't there today because I was here with Noel, because Noel doesn't do this much. It's coming back now, and it's great. Great to have you back, buddy.
Thank you. It's good to be back, I suppose. There's Peter from Australia. You've missed all the stream, mate. 4 hours in. I'm going to be heading off now. I didn't expect to be streaming this long, but you know yourself. It always seems to happen, and I haven't streamed in a long time, so why not? But Jack, we'll go to you now, buddy.
Okay, well, I've got a podcast channel that is dead. I've got a channel where I review action figures that is also dead. And I'm really glad that you explained the situation, Noel, because honestly, I thought you were all just ghosting me because you thought I was that insufferable.
No, I've just had a lot of things. I'm being honest. I've just had a lot of things going on this year, as last year, should
you
say.
And me both, buddy. You and me both.
And I think everybody has had a bit of a shit 2025. So
it's been the worst year of my life.
Glad it's over.
So we all have our reasons. Some more, obviously, some more devastating than others, but we've all had a bit of a shitty year. So I haven't been really communicating with anybody. So for that, I will apologise, because I know a lot of you were worried, of course. You've made that clear, because some of you wouldn't fucking stop texting me. but well, I it was only after the fact of seeing that, because of X, as I said. But I do know that Lee has been trying to communicate with me, because he gave me a bollocking the last time I texted him on Instagram and not answering them back on Instagram. I just don't do Instagram anymore. I don't even know why I haven't closed it down, to be honest with you. I don't even use Facebook either anymore. That's what he done. Remember when I first joined up, like it was Doctor Who, I was in all the Doctor Who groups. My Facebook groups were doing well. My Instagram was doing pretty all right as well at the time. And then the show just fucked up, and then just everything went dead. Just like as Jack said, everything's just dead. And that's across the board. Everybody's views are down across the board, whether they'll admit it or not. It's the truth. Some have obviously managed to navigate this shit show, and some of us haven't, like myself, and that's just the reality of it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Also, I'll just add as well, Noel. It's great that you're back, because honestly, your channel, I'd stick with it. You were my first channel, and I'm going to stick with it. Also, I am on Who's Views in the chat quite a bit. And they'll be showing off some artwork I've done in an upcoming stream. So that is what I've sent you on Twitter, Noel.
Fantastic. I
Because
seen
it
them,
was the
yeah.
whole war between the land and the sea. Because I hate the design, so I thought like that's how I would do it.
Yeah, it is a deadly draw, and I have to say, yeah,
Yeah.
you're a very talented artist. Yeah. Hey, Peter. Nothing happened. Just everybody had a bad year last year.
Oh
Just
yeah.
stuff happened.
Totally bad.
Everybody.
And for me, I don't think it's going to get much better this year. In fact, I have to prepare for the worst, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's what I normally do.
Life is just. It's tough. It's a tough one. It can be
Totally is.
cruel. It could be beautiful. It could be a lot of things. And as human beings, we deal with a lot of stress. We deal with a lot of bumps along the way, but we always all manage to persevere somehow. I think that's the great strength in humanity is we do manage to pick ourselves up and keep going no matter how many knocks we get. So you know once you've got a good group around you as well and people supporting you, you know you're halfway there, I suppose. So that's all you can do. It's just keep looking out for each other and stuff. Peter says he got banned from Trump's social, Truth Social. I don't know why anybody is on that anyway. I know a lot of people's. When he set that up, went over there. I never signed up. Same with that Blue Sky shy. They never look. I give out about X and all, but X is the original. Do you know what I mean? Just like YouTube's the original. You've got Rumble and all of these others. They'll never compare to YouTube. Because YouTube's been there for a long time. All of these apps have been there and established themselves over years. So when new apps come along or new platforms like that come along, they're never going to be as good as the others, even though the others are so heavily censored. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. Rumble has less censorship, but it's clunky, it's awkward to use, and not many people. People did try live streaming on it. It's just when you don't have an audience, you can't build your audience on Rumble really. Unless you've got an existing YouTube channel with hundreds of thousands of subscribers and you manage to get them over. When you're a small channel, there's no point. I tried Rumble, do you remember? It
Yeah.
doesn't work. It just wasn't
Bobby doesn't like
working out.
it either.
And in fairness, Rumble was so awkward to set up a live stream. It was just, for me, technically, I just couldn't be arsed with it, So
Push
that's
record
why I
back.
stopped
Yeah.
using Rumble. And then there was other apps that came out, and everybody said, "Oh, you should join this. They're good. That this, that, and the other." No, they're not. They'll fade out because these apps, as I said, are established. It's like Cadbury's chocolate. Everybody knows that Cadbury's chocolate is shite nowadays,
Oh
but
yeah.
it's
Expensive
but
as
it's
well.
but it's Cadbury's chocolate. It still
Yeah.
has. It's like Coca-Cola. There's certain brands out
Yeah.
there, certain things that will never go away, will always be considered the best, even if they're not. You know what I mean? But the other people that try and rival these, I mean, Rumble's a good idea in principle, but as I said, it's clunky. You watch videos, it's kind of pausing and skipping all the time. It's not smooth like YouTube.
Yeah.
So unless they get that right and they and people can, the algorithm is different than it is on YouTube, and you're able to grow your audience, then there's no fucking point. Do you know what I
Oh,
mean?
Peter
People would
Capaldi's
rather stay
calling out
on
Doctor
YouTube.
Who. No,
What people? What?
Peter Capaldi's calling out Doctor Who in the mirror.
Who's is he?
Peter Capaldi's
Well,
calling out.
we'll deal with that tomorrow.
There you go. Tomorrow.
I'll be back tomorrow, right? I won't
Yeah.
have much time this month now because I'm after doing 4 hours, but I
Yeah.
still have a few more hours anyway, so we're good. But we will talk about that. We'll talk about, as I said, if people want to talk about people they would like to see running Doctor Who, let me know. Of course, there'll be people of the opinion just scrap it, cancel it. There's any of you people there, come into the chat, let us know why you think it should be cancelled and stuff like that. So we will be back tomorrow. I've been with you since we watched the movie The Devil's Pass years ago now. I'm glad to see you here. I really only do YouTube. It's the worst except for everything else. Yeah, I mean, and thank you for sticking around. A lot of you have, and that just goes to show you, you know, that you are a good bunch. You know, sometimes I don't deserve you to stick around, you know, but in fairness, you know, I'm not making excuses. It's not as if because I don't want to be coming on. It's just things do happen, and it does. It takes a lot out of me, and my motivation last year was just, especially near the end of the year, it was just gone. I just didn't want to do anything. And I wasn't, as I said at the start of the stream, I wasn't even sure if I was going to come back. But as I said last night, just something clicked in me, especially when I got sent that DM and I saw what was going on. And I was just like, do you know what? I have to talk about this, because this can't look, this whole thing with the fandom, with fans being offended, and then you down doing streams and stuff like that and calling people out, you know, because you've got a certain point of view that you don't agree. They've got a point of view that you don't agree with, you know, attacking people for views, you know. So if you want to play that game, I'll play that game, especially
Dan's
someone
not homophobe, trust me.
Especially someone that I know well, and Dan is far from homophobic. And you know, the fact that you have the gall to go onto YouTube to bitch and moan about someone that you don't even know, you know, you only know through interactions on social media, is in my opinion short-sighted, and also shows your lack of intelligence.
Oh, yeah, it does nowadays.
The bottom line is that people are not going to agree with your points of view. People agree with your points of view. A lot of people don't. There will be some twats out there that do agree with you, and of course, they want to be twats like you. You're entitled to be. But you know, this whole thing of calling people out, you know, I said it when I buried the hatchet with Matrix Lord. You know, it needs to stop. You know, but if you want to start up again, great, because you've motivated me to come back anyway. As I said, I just thought, no, I'm not having this. Dan is one of the nicest people out there, you know, and he does his show the way he does his show. He brings on the guests that he's had on a lot of times. He's not one for controversy. You know me, I don't mind a little bit of controversy. I don't mind being controversial, but he's not like that, and he doesn't bring on guests that would be controversial. He's brought me on a couple of times, but I try to behave myself when I'm on his channel.
Mate. That was a space
but the bottom line is, you know, Dan will still bring me on because he respects the opinions. And, you know, even if you don't agree with someone, they're entitled to their opinion. But you want to police the fandom like Mr. Tharries Reviews has done for years. So if you want to do that and continue to do that, that's fine. Well, then I'm going to be here.
Mr. Tharries, isn't he?
Yeah. So I'm going to be here to do what I used to do and call it out. So if you continue, fine. I'm going to continue to call you out. And if you want to go crying to your subscribers and saying, oh, they're starting the feud up again, I'm not. I just want to make it clear, you know, that this has to stop. But, you know, if you're going to do a video every time some little half-wit tells you to do one because they think someone's being homophobic, and then you happen to call out one of my friends, someone that I respect, well, then I'm going to say something. See, Dan doesn't like the drama. I don't mind the drama, so I'll call you out on his behalf. You know, he hasn't asked me to do it. I'm doing it of my own free will, because you know me, I don't give a shit. And even if he told me not to say anything, I probably would still say something, because I've seen you over the past few months anyway. You've been talking a lot of smack anyway. You've gotten, your head has exploded because of your little millisecond cameo.
That he
Now
turned around
you
and slagged RTD off for afterwards.
yeah, you see, grateful, ungrateful. As I said earlier on,
Yeah.
you got to give him credit for the fact that he stabbed so many people in the back to get his millisecond
Stabbed RTD in the back as well.
his little cameo. And I mean, you have to give it to him, because to do what he did to get where he wanted to get, because he said, he always made it clear that his hope was to get close to the show in some capacity. Anybody that knows the old days will know that, So the fact that he actually achieved it, and achieved it the way he did by stabbing everybody in the back that he met along the way, is absolutely amazing. And he has to be given credit for it, because, you've got to be some son of a bitch to do that. Then to get a millisecond cameo, and then to give out about it. But you sold your soul a long time ago. You should have called this. You should have called Chibnall out when you had the chance, and called him out properly. Not call him out the odd time when it was convenient to call him out, because everybody else was calling him out. Right? See, that's what I noticed about you, and that's what you did with RTD as well. You only called him out when others and everybody was in agreement that he needed to be called out. But when he actually needed to be called out, all the other times, you would keep your mouth silent, like Mr. Tharries' review. Keep your mouth silent, because for years, you got what you wanted. I'm saying Mr. Tharries is pretty pissed at all the ass kissing he's been doing for years. Didn't realize anything for him. Pretty sure they probably would have stuck him in if he had made more of an effort. But fuck it. Imagine bringing on those half-wits, to talk about the hashtag, and then bring on other fans then, just to fucking have them there in the background and blink and you'll miss me. Right? Right, your head's gotten a little bit big. Listen, when you're in a full scene, you got dialogue and all of that shit, right? When you actually do something of worth, then you can have the big head and think you can call fans out. But you see, the thing about it is, you can't call fans out. Right? Okay, they know what they're talking about. Okay, he's a gay model, gay waiter, blah, blah, blah. Homophobic, me arse. You don't know what homophobia means.
He picked up at a university, yeah.
Do you know what? I'll say this. This is the last thing I'm going to say on it. Your generation does not know what homophobia is. Right?
No.
You don't.
In the 90s.
Right? Okay, I've heard stories on here. Right? And you don't know what homophobia is. So don't be using the word until you understand fully what homophobia means, and understand that the people that suffered homophobia, what they went through. Because I'm old enough to remember that past. Right? I know people who lived through it. Right? And it wasn't a bed of fucking roses. Right? These people were literally booted on the ground. Right?
Yeah.
They were shunned from society. You haven't got a clue what homophobia is. Right? And he's all still cry homophobia, even though the TV industry, the music industry, and every other industry have opened their doors and embrace it openly. And yeah, homophobia apparently still exists because someone meant the fact that someone happens to be gay and then tells a few little jokes that upset people because you can't joke anymore. Anyway, we will leave it there. Mr. Fish says he emailed me. Yeah, I'll check my emails. Don't you worry. Dan is probably one of the nicest guys you can probably meet. I've not met him personally, but after years of watching, I can say I've never seen him say anything but fair and open-minded.
He's very professional as well, Dan. So
yeah, well, he tries to be because that's where that's how he conducts himself and runs his channel. Whereas I'm a bit more on your, bit more spontaneous and will just do it the way I do it. Every stream can be different here, but again, we all do our own thing. But you're right, spot on. He's never said anything out of line. But look, we'll leave it there. One of my guests has to leave anyway, but we'll leave it there. There is no outro. We'll just be ending the stream there. So I want to thank everybody that has watched over the last 4 hours and 25 minutes. I hope you did enjoy it or enjoyed some of it. We will be back tomorrow where we'll be discussing names of future showrunners if it manages to survive the Christmas special. And we will talk about, obviously, PD brought up the fact that Peter Capaldi has had some criticism. So we will all discuss that as well. I'll probably be back. I don't know what time we started at. What was it? 4:30, 4:30. I'll probably be around that time, 4 or 5 o'clock. Look out for it. If I'm not around 4 or 5, then it means I'm going later, maybe 6 or 7. But I will be on tomorrow for an hour. So we'll keep it short tomorrow. So come and join us for that. Thank you. We will talk to you soon. Enjoy the rest of your new year. I hope it goes well for you. And we'll be back tomorrow. Have a good one, folks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.